Even if the invaders agreed to something, they could break their word the moment they recovered what they wanted. No, Voronova had to be planning something else. As they crossed the parking lot toward the building where Dr. Burton was conducting his autopsy, Amelia thought of the satellite images they'd reviewed earlier. All of them showed the same thing: a single, massive ellipsoid disc hanging over Lincoln like a guillotine. They'd cross-checked with ground-based and orbital telescopes. Everything matched. The enemy really did have only one ship. Infected or not, General Anders hadn't lied about that. Which meant, in theory, if they could somehow bring that ship down, that would be the end of it. They could go back to worrying about the bloom alone. Unfortunately, that was bad enough by itself. Chapter 32. Nate stood in a dark, empty hangar. According to the simple mechanical watch he'd borrowed from one of the soldiers on the base, it was 4:05 in the morning. Not yet dawn. The air was chilly from the night. He stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets to keep warm. It was summer, technically, but it would take a few more days for the ground to fully thaw and the air to heat back up after the spores had brought an early winter. Beyond the cracked concrete apron of the hangar, Nate could clearly see a gray USAF transport plane taxiing into position on the runway, its fuselage illuminated by starlight and the crescent moon. The turbines, low whine whistled across the airfield. It was the same plane that they had all boarded barely 15 minutes ago, and then quietly exited again just before it left the base. That bait and switch had required sedating both Riley and Paula, and then carrying them back out on stretchers and putting them in a shipping container on the back of a truck. They'd lined the container with a mesh of copper wires to create an improvised Faraday cage. Paula and Riley were probably awake now, groggy, confused, maybe even angry to find themselves confined to a shipping container. But at least they were safe and isolated from the bloom. Nate had wanted to argue, but he couldn't. He knew this was necessary. The last thing that Riley could have possibly told the enemy was that they'd boarded that USAF transport, bound for a remote military base in Alaska, and now that plane was just about to take off. In reality, that plane was empty. The only occupants were the female pilot that they'd found to stand in for Captain Hunter and her co-pilot. Major Voronova and Captain Hunter stood side by side at the edge of the hangar, binoculars pressed to their eyes. Sergeant Delaney hovered near them, his radio in hand, listening to the transmissions between the pilot and the air traffic controllers. Lincoln Airport didn't have any power, but emergency generators still supplied the tower. Nate glanced back into the shadows of the hangar. Jonah sat cross-legged beside a stack of wooden supply crates on shipping pallets, busy rubbing warmth into his hands. Haley and Olivia Reed were huddled close to him, sharing a blanket. Max lay between them, his head on his paws, dark eyes following every movement. Beside them was the dark green container truck that contained Riley and Paula. Dr. Burton was also there, watching over them, along with Corporal Rains and Private Hands as guards. And Emily Reed. She was the reason that Olivia and Haley were here. Apparently, last night Dr. Burton had developed a screening method by testing General Anders' blood and comparing the results with Paula's and Riley's samples. He'd identified unique proteins and metabolites that seemed to show who carried the infection, even in its dormant or lucid form. Last night, while they'd been sleeping, he'd quietly tested everyone on the base, starting with the members of their group. Nearly everyone had come back clean, except for a couple of enlisted airmen and one officer, who had all been arrested and isolated for questioning. Predictably, Riley and Paula had both been flagged by the tests. After all, they'd been part of the sample group that Dr. Burton had used to look for the blood markers. But the real surprise had been Emily. Even though she hadn't shown any signs of infection, she'd been flagged by Burton's screening process. Was she infected and secretly hiding the fact as General Anders had been, or was she unaware of her condition? Maybe the enemy was listening passively through her. Nate wasn't sure what to believe, but it had changed their plans. They had been planning to leave the Reeds on the base. But now, Major Voronova had insisted on taking Emily with them, giving the excuse that it would be safer for Emily and her girls to join them. No one had thought to question that excuse, until Nate noticed that Emily had also been sedated and was being loaded up in the shipping container along with Paula and Riley. At that point, Emily's girls and Nate had begun asking questions. Major Voronova told them that Emily had to stay with Dr. Burton for monitoring because of her gunshot wound. Nate hadn't bought that, so the major had pulled him aside and explained what was really going on. Emily was infected, but rather than reveal to her that they knew, Major Voronova was taking her along as yet another channel she could use to feed misinformation to the enemy. So now, Emily Reed and her daughters were going with them to wherever the major thought Paula's visions were leading them. Like it or not, they were all a part of this mission now. Nate walked over to stand beside Sergeant Delaney at the front of the hangar. The transport plane's engines were at full power now, the roar loud on the brisk wind that was piling into the open hangar. Floodlights from escorting military trucks glinted on the plane's fuselage. "They're just about to take off," Captain Hunter said quietly. "No sign of hostile militia on the runway," Major Voronova added as she lowered her binoculars. "Negotiations must have worked," Captain Hunter said. Voronova shook her head. "Wasn't much of a negotiation. They got what they wanted. Lift the no-fly orders, let them evacuate the airport." Delaney snorted softly. Sometimes a handshake works better than a gun. Out on the runway, the transport plane began to move, slowly at first, then faster, its engines howling as it built up speed. Hunter raised her binoculars to track it, and there they go. Nate's chest tightened as he watched the plane surge down the runway. A ghost of exhaust trailed behind it, glowing faintly in the dawn. The massive transport lifted off, wheels folding away into its belly. He swallowed thickly. Now what? Voronova lowered her own binoculars, her eyes scanning the dim horizon behind the runway to where the city of Lincoln lay, and the shining blue bulk of the alien ship. "Now we wait and see if they take the bait." Nate nodded and turned away, walking over to check on the kids. They were fine. Haley needed to pee. Jonah was hungry. He told them to wait until they boarded their actual flight, but he wasn't sure how long that would be. Eventually, Delaney came over with a bucket and some protein bars. "It'll have to do for now." Haley shook her head, her face buried in her stuffed tiger, eyes staring at the bucket. "I can wait," she decided. Nate thanked the sergeant for those rudimentary solutions. The minutes stretched. Outside, the midnight sky slowly brightened to pink, and then fiery orange with the sunrise. Vapor drifted over the runways like mist over a lake. In the background, Jonah whispered something to Haley that made her giggle, a small, brittle sound that seemed too normal and innocent for their circumstances. Then Delaney's radio chirped to life, and Lieutenant Randall's voice crackled through static. "Tower, this is ANGB Command. We're detecting movement. The mothership is turning to follow USAF 1097. Repeat, it's on the move, accelerating rapidly, heading north by northwest. Nate hurried back to the entrance of the hangar, where Captain Hunter and Major Voronova had gathered again to visually track the alien ship. "It's definitely tracking the transport plane," Hunter said. She lowered her binoculars, a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. "It's working, ma'am." Voronova smiled back. "The fight's not over yet." The group fell silent again, all eyes peering through the haze as a massive, glowing blue silhouette shifted across the sky. That massive black disk caught the morning light as it turned. It tilted, rolling slightly, and began to glide away, accelerating with impossible grace until it dwindled into a smudge of blue-white light far above the horizon. As it left, it issued another bone-rattling thrummum that caused the ground beneath Nate's boots to tremble faintly. He exhaled heavily, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. "It's really leaving." "To Alaska. Not nearly far enough for my liking," Delaney muttered, but there was relief in his tone. Nate turned back toward the hangar. The kids were watching them from the shadows, their eyes wide. Above the airfield, the first rays of real sunlight broke through the clouds, and the curtains of rising mist with shining bars of golden light. The world felt warmer and brighter, and for a minute he actually allowed himself to think that they might have a chance. But a chance to do what exactly? The Major hadn't shared any of her plans with them. Finding that alien captive wasn't victory. That was a mission the enemy had given them. Somehow, they needed to use that hostage to negotiate for what they wanted, a way to reverse the bloom. And for the invaders, the so-called progenitors, to leave Earth peacefully. And Nate had a feeling that was asking for far too much. The air on the tarmac was cool and heavy, carrying the smell of jet fuel and ozone. The dawn haze hadn't fully burned off yet. Everything looked washed in gray: hangars, vehicles, the distant line of trees beyond the runway. Amelia Hunter stood at the base of the loading ramp at the back of their chosen cargo plane, a massive Boeing C-17 Globemaster from the airbase. Initially, she and the Major had discussed taking a civilian cargo plane to avoid drawing unwanted attention from civilians sheltering at the airport terminal and military personnel on the base. But they'd had no choice but to use the Globemaster because of the container truck with the Faraday cage on the back. No civilian aircraft would allow them to drive right up inside of it with that container truck. The excuse for this flight, given to both the tower and the base, was to provide critical supplies to the bloomer-infested city of Denver, Colorado, which was just 70 miles north of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Of course, anyone tracking their flight would ultimately see them fly past Denver, but radar tracking stations were barely functioning. And by then, the alien mothership would be in Alaska, hopefully buying them at least a few hours to find the alien captive and come up with a plan for when they rerouted to Cheyenne. Amelia watched as Sergeant Delaney drove the container truck up the ramp. Inside that container were their so-called critical supplies. Another vehicle followed close behind that one, the MRAP, driven by Major Voronova, with the rest of the civilians inside. "Cargo secured," Delaney called from the top of the ramp. Amelia nodded and hurried up the ramp herself. "Copy that." At the top of the ramp, Major Voronova hopped out of the MRAP. "Captain Hunter," she said, "are you ready for this?" "Headed to the cockpit now." The Major fell in beside her, and Delaney hit the switch to raise the loading ramp. Inside the aircraft's belly was a cavernous space. Gray metal walls. Delaney and a couple of extra enlisted soldiers they'd picked up from the base began securing the vehicles with chains. The back of the MRAP opened, and she heard Nate Corwin and the kids speaking with the sergeant. Amelia continued on, walking straight past the container truck to the cockpit of the massive aircraft. She dropped into the pilot's seat and slid it forward. The flight deck was dim, the panels glowing amber as she powered the systems online. Voronova climbed into the co-pilot's seat and strapped in. She slipped a smartphone from her pocket to check the timer on her screen. Amelia glimpsed the numbers, 62:03:27. The major had set it to track the invader's deadline. Right now the time was 7:38. 10 hours down, Voronova murmured. 62 remaining. They're still tracking our decoy flight, Amelia asked as she flipped switches on an overhead panel. Voronova nodded. Last update from Lieutenant Randall put them passing over Canada, still shadowing the transport plane. Good. Voronova tucked her phone away again. What's our estimated flight time? Just under 4 hours, Amelia said. The decoy flight should be arriving around then as well. Amelia nodded. Their total flight time is almost 9 hours. They left almost 4 hours ago, 5 more before landing. The enemy will likely realize it was a ruse soon after it lands. They'll start searching for us after that. They'll probably come back here, or send a horde of bloomers to take over the base, Amelia said. I told Lieutenant Randall to make sure they evacuate as soon as this flight is away. Amelia glanced at the major with a frown. You did? Did you tell him why? She shook her head. He accepted the orders without question, probably assumed it has something to do with whatever we're planning once we reach Alaska. Amelia sighed, assuming he bought the lie that we were on that flight and not this one. Either way, the enemy bought it, and for now that's all that matters. Until they realize we tricked them and find out about this flight, Amelia said. The major sighed as she adjusted her harness. It was the best we could do under the circumstances. Even if they do figure out where we went, it'll take them at least a few hours to get from Alaska to Cheyenne. That gives us time. Amelia arched a brow at her. To do what exactly? You still haven't told me what you're planning. I'll let you know when I've finished planning it. Amelia gaped at her. I have a few questions for whoever is in charge at Cheyenne. Hopefully, they have the answers I'm looking for. Copy that? Amelia put on her headset and buckled her own harness. Then she spoke into her mic. Lincoln Tower, this is Flight Kilo 116 requesting clearance for takeoff. After a short pause, the tower's voice came through. Kilo 116, you are cleared for departure. Good luck in Denver. Roger that, tower. Wheels up in 5. She guided the throttles forward, and the aircraft began to roll along the tarmac. They spent several minutes taxiing out onto the runway. She instructed Voronova to set the flaps. As soon as they were in position, Amelia eased the throttles all the way open. The engines deepened to a throaty roar, and vibrations shuddered steadily through the deck. Here we go, she said under her breath. The aircraft surged forward, faster and faster. She hauled back on the flight yoke just before they came to the end of the runway. The wheels lifted, and the G-forces briefly compressed her spine as they left the runway. Retracting landing gear, Voronova announced. The massive transport climbed smoothly into the hazy gray sky. Below them, Lincoln Airfield swiftly fell away, replaced by a patchwork of farms. Amelia banked gently west, still climbing steadily. They punched through clouds to a clear blue dome of sky, then leveled off at 20,000 feet with a gilded carpet of tufted white cumulus at their feet. Beside her, Voranova's gaze remained fixed steadily ahead. Next stop, Cheyenne Mountain. Amelia nodded, her hands steady on the controls. Let's just hope this lead isn't a dead end. Voronova grimaced. We'll find out soon enough. Chapter 33. The peaks of the Rocky Mountains gleamed faintly through the haze, sharp and ghost-like against a washed-out sky. Amelia's gloved hands rested lightly on the yoke as the C-17 descended through a layer of thin, bluish cloud toward Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado Springs. The air traffic controller's voice came crackling through her headset. Unidentified Globemaster, you are entering restricted airspace. State your authorization code. Amelia keyed her mic. Peterson Tower, this is Flight Kilo 116, inbound from Lincoln Air National Guard Base with priority cargo and personnel. Static hissed. Kilo 116, your call sign isn't on record. You are not authorized. Amelia's pulse quickened. Beside her, Major Voronova leaned forward, toggling the transmit switch. Her Russian accent cut through the interference, clipped and commanding. Peterson Tower, this is Major Elena Voronova, United States Air Force. We are on a classified mission, with direct authorization from General Laura Anders at Lincoln ANGB and General Powell at Offutt. Mission details are compartmentalized. You do not have the clearance to question further. We require immediate landing clearance. A pause. Amelia could almost hear the controller weighing his options. The part about them being sent by General Anders and General Powell was a lie. They were both dead and knew nothing of their mission, but whoever they were talking to had no way of knowing or verifying that. Finally, the tower replied, "Copy that, Major. You are cleared for landing, runway 16. Maintain approach vector 090. Welcome to Peterson, ma'am." Amelia exhaled heavily. "Grudging, but we'll take it. Nice bluff, Major." Voronova smiled tightly at that. People tend to oblige when you sound like you could end their careers. Besides, Captain, it's the end of the world. What does he have to lose? Amelia nodded grimly at that. The city of Colorado Springs spread out below them, a patchwork of quiet neighborhoods interrupted by blackened patches, where fires must have raged, thin threads of smoke, still rising steadily from some of them. There was hardly any traffic on the streets, either because martial law was in effect, or because most of the city was infected and bloomers didn't like to come out during the day. "Tower, this is Kilo 116 on final approach," Amelia called into her mic as she aligned the massive transport plane with the runway below. "Copy 116, your runway is clear for landing." Voronova dropped the gear, and Amelia instructed her to set the flaps while hauling back on the throttle. She guided the nose down, the altimeter winding down rapidly as the clear gray tarmac rose up to meet them. With a surprisingly gentle thump, the landing gear kissed asphalt. The C-17's reverse thrusters roared, slowing their momentum as dust spores billowed around them. After several long seconds, they rolled to a crawl near the end of the runway, and Amelia followed instructions from the tower to a pair of massive hangars. Armed sentries wearing gas masks stood outside, their weapons at the ready but not raised. Amelia powered down the engines. The silence that fell in the wake of that felt enormous. Voronova rose from her seat. "Let's move, we don't have long." Amelia nodded. She hit the ramp release from inside the cockpit and heard the giant hydraulic pistons groaning to life. Voronova opened the cockpit door and called out, "Sergeant, get those vehicles ready to roll." "Copy that," he shouted back. As she unbuckled from the pilot's seat, Amelia heard the major's voice fading into the distance, still barking orders as she strode into the cargo bay. "You and Airman Gutierrez take the container truck. We'll take the MRAP," Voronova ordered. "Yes, ma'am." The MRAP suspension jolted as it rumbled off the runway and onto the cracked roads of the military base. Nate braced himself on one side with the kids, his knees pressed against a crate of gear. Their luggage from both vehicles was crammed in the back with them, secured behind the front seats where Major Voronova and Captain Hunter sat. The inside of the vehicle smelled of sweat and dog breath, probably because Max was panting steadily at their feet. Jonah sat quietly beside him. Streaks of sunlight flickered through the armored glass on the other side of the transport. Across from them, Haley and Olivia Reed were huddled together under the scratchy green army blanket they'd brought from the hangar this morning. It wasn't cold in the back of the vehicle. If anything, it was too warm. But in the absence of their mother, he supposed that they had to draw comfort from something. He asked them to come sit with him and Jonah, but both girls had declined. They seemed to be withdrawing. Maybe he reminded them too much of their father, Charles. Nate grimaced at the memory, and his thoughts jumped to the container truck rolling along behind them. He wondered if Paula and Riley were okay. The container had an air conditioner attached to the front end, so at least the temperature was regulated. But by now they had to be hungry and thirsty, and no doubt they needed to use a bathroom. Nate and the kids had been able to address all of those needs during the flight, albeit with prepackaged MREs for food and electrolyte water to drink. "I'm thirsty," Haley said, defying Nate's thoughts. "And hungry," Olivia added. Jonah nodded. "Me too." "How long until we get there, Major?" Nate called up to the front in a strained voice. "Not long," she replied. He scowled. The Major still insisted on keeping their destination a secret. He glanced at the soldier in the back with them, seated on the same side as the Reeds. It was an enlisted airman, Thomas, from his name tape. He was seated as close as he could get to the rear doors, with his rifle balanced across his lap, studiously ignoring them. Thomas was helmeted and masked, and drowning under a pile of combat gear that he likely wasn't accustomed to wearing. Airmen weren't usually employed as foot soldiers, but these were far from usual circumstances. Up front, the Major and Captain Hunter spoke quietly, the low murmur of their conversation all but lost beneath the growling of the engine. Nate turned to look through the gap between their seats as they left the military base and joined the highway. Time seemed to drag. He glimpsed empty streets, quiet suburbs, and the ghostly silhouettes of an impressive range of mountains, painting a jagged gray line against the horizon. He had no idea where they were. The only thing he knew for certain, by observing the direction of the sun, was that they'd flown west. From that he deduced that those mountains had to be the Rockies. Was this Denver? No, the city looked too small for that. They rumbled past deserted shopping centers, empty gas stations, dormant street lights, and crumpled snarls of traffic that had been pushed to the curbs to open a corridor. The vehicles looked as though they'd been cleared with bulldozers or tanks. Wherever they were, there were no signs of life. The uninfected must have been holed up in refugee camps, sports stadiums, and schools, while infected bloomers were hiding indoors, just waiting for the sun to go down. The bloom had hollowed the country out from within. Jonah was staring out the front windshield with him. Eventually, he broke the silence. "Dad, do you think there's anyone left?" "I'm sure there is," Nate replied. "They're just hiding." The highway wound steadily higher. the terrain growing steeper, and the commercial buildings and plazas faded back to tree-lined suburbs. Thin trails of smoke rose from those neighborhoods, the only sign other than the abandoned streets that something was amiss. A green sign flashed by, dust-coated with peeling white paint, but still legible. Exit 43B. Cheyenne. MTN-SFS. Nate frowned. Cheyenne Mountain. That tickled loose a memory. Isn't there some kind of bunker up there? He directed that question to Airman Thomas, but the soldier gave no sign that he'd even heard. Nate supposed that even if he knew something about it, he wouldn't be allowed to discuss the details. They left the highway, following a long off-ramp that curved steadily upward. Cheyenne Mountain was clearly visible to their right, a big blue shadow painted against the otherwise gray sky. Not long after that, Nate glimpsed a solar-powered light, shining green, and a sign that read, NORAD Road. Condition: open. Drive safely. Nate nodded along with that. NORAD Road, Cheyenne Mountain. They were definitely headed toward a military base. He couldn't remember the name of it, but he vaguely remembered reading something about it. Some kind of self-contained bunker, built to withstand a direct nuclear assault. In that context, it actually made some sense for the military to be hiding a real live alien captive in here. For one thing, they wouldn't need to do much work to shield against the aliens' telepathic signals. The mountain would do that for them all by itself. The whole thing would be like a giant Faraday cage. But then how had Paula seen visions of this place? Riley's visions made sense if they had come from a different holding facility that was less effectively shielded than a nuclear bunker built into a mountain. The road gradually snaked up the mountain, passing through scrub grasses and green shrubs that were in the process of turning yellow and losing their leaves from the shock of frost and snow that had fallen over the past few days. The snow was mostly gone now, leaving only small, isolated drifts in the shadows, but the damage from that snowfall remained. Nate wouldn't be surprised if the whole world lost its crops to the spores and the snowfall that they'd caused. Not that it mattered, since everything else had collapsed, not just agriculture. There was no way to harvest those crops without power or water, and with half of the planet turned to feral bloomers. If the human race was going to survive, they needed to do something about the bloom and the invaders who'd brought it, and soon. Finally, they came to the end of the road, to the big, arched mouth of a tunnel carved straight into the mountain. The entrance was framed with concrete and corrugated steel. The rounded concrete rim of the tunnel had been painted dark red. Slightly darker outlines traced the shapes of letters that had been recently pried away. CYEMNCX. Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Nate nodded to himself. That was it. They passed into the tunnel, and the echo of their engines filled the narrow passage, bouncing between the rough rock walls. Yellow lights lined the ceiling, tracing a cluster of conduits in the roughly carved rock walls of the tunnel. Power. Of course, a self-contained bunker would have its own electrical grid, but if the lights were on, that hopefully also meant that the bunker was occupied. The road wound gently down, extending surprisingly far into the mountain. "Where are we?" Jonah marveled. Nate just shook his head. Then they rounded a bend, and their headlights washed over a security checkpoint with an empty guardhouse, and beyond that, dozens of military vehicles parked beside the big white square of a massive door set into the raw stone walls. They rolled past the guard booth beside the door, and the MRAP hissed to a halt and double-parked behind the other military vehicles. Voronova called back to them. "Airmen." Stay here and keep watch." "Yes, ma'am." Thomas stood up in the back of the vehicle and opened the top hatch to aim his rifle back the way they'd come. The Reed girls eyed him warily, looking scared. Nate nodded to them. "It's just a precaution." Major Voronova and Captain Hunter opened their doors and hopped out. Jonah peered out the front, then stood up on the bench to look out the side windows. Nate got up and joined him by the window, standing hunched over beside his son and staring out at that giant white blast door. "What if they don't let us in?" Jonah asked. Nate eyed the sealed door with a frown. Before he could answer, Airman Thomas spoke for the first time, his voice dry. "Then we came all this way for nothing, kid." Nate grimaced. Voronova and Hunter strode over to where Sergeant Delaney was waiting by the empty security booth. There were no guards anywhere in sight. No signs of life beyond the fact that the lights were on, and about a dozen military vehicles were parked outside. Nate supposed they didn't need to post a guard. That big white blast door, the one Paula had described as a vault, was all they needed. Jonah's question echoed through his thoughts. What if whoever was in there refused to open the door for them? Nate hoped the Major had a good speech prepared to convince them. Chapter 34. The radio on the security console hissed with static. Amelia stood beside Major Voronova in the glass-walled booth. The Major's hands rested on the table as she leaned toward the mic, her mask tugged down to her chin. "Cheyenne Command, this is Major Elena Voronova from OFUT AFB, requesting entry authorization. We have critical intel and personnel under armed escort." Nothing but silence and static answered. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed steadily. Delaney grunted. They sealed the blast doors. The other end might not even be manned. Voronova tried again, her voice sharp. "Cheyenne, this is not a request. We have top-tier clearance, including stable, infected subjects with high strategic value to your operation. We are aware of the alien specimen in your custody, and we have an urgent mission pertaining to it and the survival of our species. Do you read?" Another burst of static. Delaney sighed and Amelia shook her head. "Is there some other way in?" "There are two entrances, this one, and another about 100 yards farther down the tunnel. Both are sealed by a pair of 25-ton blast doors, and this guardhouse is the only way to communicate with whoever is inside." Finally, a gruff male voice replied, "You are not authorized entry. Cheyenne is sealed under the continuity protocol. Turn around and leave the area immediately." Amelia exchanged glances with the Major. "Continuity protocol. That's an end-of-the-world lockdown." "Great," Delaney muttered. "So whoever's in there, they've decided that everything outside of the bunker is a lost cause, and they're going to ride out the apocalypse in style." Voronova pressed the transmit button again. "Negative. We are under direct orders from General Powell from OFUT and General Anders of Lincoln ANGB." "General Powell is dead," the voice interrupted. "All inbound traffic is denied. Repeat, denied, turn around." A tense silence hung in the booth. Amelia's heart began pounding in her ears. Voronova visibly clenched her jaw. "Listen, whoever the hell you are, put your commander on the line. We have critical intel. We know what the invaders want. I repeat, we know why they are here, and we have reason to believe they might leave us alone once they get it." No response, just static and the faint humming of the overhead lights. A full minute crawled by. "I don't think they're buying it, Major," Delaney said. Amelia glanced out the windows of the guard station to where the MRAP and their container truck sat idling in the tunnel, the smoke from their exhausts choking the air with noxious fumes. Then she heard another sound, the low, distant rumble of engines echoing down the tunnel, rising sharply in volume and pitch with their approach. Amelia froze, her ear tilted toward the sound. "Major, do you hear that?" Delaney frowned behind his mask and stepped outside the guardhouse with one hand flexing on the grip of his carbine. Amelia grabbed her own rifle and followed him there. Delaney peered down the sights to the distant curve of the tunnel. "What do you see?" Amelia breathed. "Nothing yet." Major Voronova joined them. "What do you think, civilian or military?" Delaney slowly shook his head. Headlights flared at the far end of the tunnel. An oncoming wave of vehicles, wild and swerving, pickup trucks, sedans, and SUVs, stuffed so full of people that they were hanging out the windows like dogs. "Definitely civilian," Amelia muttered as a frown creased her brow. As they drew near, Delaney sucked in a sharp breath. Amelia realized why a second before he said it. She saw the telltale blue glow of their eyes pricking the shadows of the tunnel. "They're infected, hostiles incoming," Delaney cried. Voronova darted back to the security console and seized the mic one last time. "Cheyenne Command, we have infected hostiles inbound. Open that door and you might just save humanity. Leave us out here and it's over." "Negative for entry, Major. Suggest you prepare your defenses." "Damn it," Voronova slammed the mic down. Amelia saw that the headlights were nearly upon them now. Dozens of vehicles, their engines howling, the shrieks of infected bloomers hanging out the windows echoing off the tunnel walls. Amelia's pulse hammered in her ears as she snapped her rifle up beside the sergeant's. "Aim for the drivers," Major Voronova said as she crowded in behind them. "On my mark, get ready." Gunfire shattered the stillness in the back of the transport. Nate's guts turned to ice. Max's head came up from where he lay at their feet. The young airman stood up to look out the windows in the back doors. "Dad," Jonah asked, "what's going on?" Nate got up from his seat to look out the back just as the young airman began cursing. Nate's jaw slackened in horror as he saw what was coming. The tunnel behind them was jammed with civilian vehicles. Feral bloomers were pouring out of them like a river, their shrieks bouncing and echoing off the concrete walls. Voronova, Delaney, and Captain Hunter were firing steadily at them from the guardhouse, but he could see that they were badly outnumbered. Nate barely had time to react before the young airman beside him thrust a sidearm into his hands. "Take it," he barked. "We're about to be overrun." Nate didn't argue. Major Voronova, Captain Hunter, and Delaney came running from the guardhouse. The airman's radio crackled. "We need covering fire." "Copy," Thomas replied. He turned and lunged for the top hatch of the transport, threw it open, and began firing controlled bursts out the top. One of the Reed girls started crying. Jonah asked how they'd found them all the way inside the mountain, but Nate didn't have time to address the question. He stood by the doors, eyes fixed on the three officers retreating hastily toward them, waiting for just the right moment to open the doors and let them in. Behind them and slightly off to one side, the other airman was busy maneuvering the container truck, trying to drive around the MRAP to get deeper into the tunnel, but they were blocking the way. They needed to move. Nate cursed under his breath, wondering what to do. Then the airman's radio crackled again with Voronova's voice. "Drive to the back of the tunnel, park across the road, and we'll use the vehicles like a barricade." "Copy that," Nate said for Airman Thomas's benefit, so that he could continue to lay down covering fire. Nate dashed to the front of the transport and dropped into the driver's seat. He stashed his gun and took a second to familiarize himself with the controls. It had a clutch and manual shifter. Good thing he knew how to drive stick. He stepped on the brake, then the clutch with his left foot and shifted smoothly into first gear, took his foot off the brake and hit the gas. The MRAP's engine roared, accelerating too slowly for his liking. Come on," Nate muttered as he shifted into second gear, then third, picking up speed. He glanced in his side mirror and saw the container truck rumbling along after him with Delaney, Voronova, and Hunter running alongside it. They were keeping just ahead of the pursuing bloomers. Then they came to a second blast door, and behind them, Airman Gutierrez skidded the container truck sideways, forming a barricade across the tunnel. Then the man jumped out of the passenger's side, slamming the door behind him. "That's far enough, Corwin," Airman Thomas said. Nate hit the brakes and threw the MRAP into park just as he caught a glimpse in his mirrors of Delaney and Captain Hunter vaulting over the hood of the container truck behind them, followed closely by Major Voronova. Rattling bursts continued to roar out from the top of the MRAP. Nate grabbed his gun and got up from the driver's seat, leaving the engine idling. He ran to the back doors just in case the others needed him to open them. Nate stood by the windows in the back, watching as Voronova, Hunter, and Delaney dove behind the container and took up firing positions. Voronova stood by the hood of the truck with Gutierrez, and Hunter at the back, while Delaney dropped prone to shoot under the trailer. The infected were crawling under the trailer like snakes, almost faster than Delaney could shoot them. Voronova and Gutierrez focused on beating back at least half a dozen that were climbing over the hood of the truck. A dribbling stream was shimmying between the back doors of the container and the rough rock wall of the tunnel to get at Captain Hunter. All the while Thomas kept switching his aim from one side to the other to reinforce whoever's position was failing the fastest. Nate stood by the doors, his hand flexing restlessly on the grip of the gun Thomas had given him, wondering if he should stay or go. But then he realized something. The back of the container truck was perfectly exposed. Hunter couldn't get to it. He watched her backing away rapidly as she reloaded her rifle. There was no way to be sure bloomers weren't busy ripping open the doors to get at Paula and Riley. That decided it. Nate opened the doors. Jonah's voice interrupted him. "Dad, where are you going?" "Stay in the truck," he shouted over his shoulder as he jumped out. "Latch the doors and wait until we come back." Not waiting to see if Jonah did as he was asked, Nate shut the doors and ran toward the barricade, raising the pistol in a two-handed grip ahead of him as he went. The noise of gunfire reverberating inside the tunnel was deafening. "Reloading, cover me," Major Voronova cried. Gutierrez stopped firing. "I'm out too." He drew his sidearm, stumbling backward as he fired at a stream of 3 bloomers rushing toward them. A giant of a man reached him and knocked him over, forcing him to drop his gun to avoid the infected man's flashing teeth. Gutierrez cried out as the bloomer overpowered him, his jaws inching down toward his neck. "Hold still," Nate cried. He stopped and planted his feet and fired. The bloomer's head snapped back and glowing blue blood streamed over him. Gutierrez rolled him off with a grunt just as Voronova began firing again, quickly taking down another 3 bloomers who were sprinting toward him. Gutierrez sprang back up, backpedaling fast and reloading his rifle. "Thanks for the assist," he said as he came alongside Nate. Nate nodded and shifted his aim to help the major. "I need help," Hunter shouted. The airman finished reloading and ran over to join her. Gunfire thundered from every direction, muzzle flashes strobing against the concrete. Bloomers flooded through the gaps around the truck, clawing, screeching, and crawling under the trailer to reach Delaney, who was now their frontmost gunner. He was about to be surrounded if he didn't fall back soon. "They're still getting through," Captain Hunter shouted. "No shit," Delaney snapped as he squeezed off another 3-round burst beneath the trailer. Running low, reloading. Nate didn't have time to think. He ran to reinforce Delaney's position, firing point-blank at a bloomer that was busy scrambling over the truck's tires to get around the dead masses, now clogging up the space beneath the trailer. He pivoted on his heel just as another bloomer launched itself at him to his left. A pretty young woman with long blonde hair flaring brightly over her shoulders as she leaped down from the hood of the truck. He shot her in midair, and she fell beside him with a soundless thud. But a third one jumped down right after her and slammed into his shoulder, knocking him hard to the ground. His pistol skittered away. The infected man fell on him, snarling, eyes and spittle glowing electric blue, seeming to glow all the brighter because of the man's dark skin. Nate's arms shook as he struggled to hold the man back. The bloomer was easily as tall as him, but his arms were thick and corded with muscle. He'd obviously been some kind of gym rat before he'd gotten infected. Infected spittle sprayed his cheeks, making his N95 mask feel suddenly woefully inadequate. Nate threw his forearm under the bloomer's chin, straining to keep its snapping teeth away from his throat. Fingers clawed at him, nails ripping into his jacket, but not breaking through. "Get off," Nate screamed, but the man was too heavy and far too strong. Gunfire echoed around him, but none of it seemed to be directed his way. They were all too busy covering themselves. The bloomer's hot breath blasted across his face, strings of glowing spittle swinging from its teeth. "Hold on, Corwin," Captain Hunter yelled. He glanced sideways at her and saw that she was too busy fending off the stream of infected busy dribbling toward her to spare even a second to aim in his direction. What was Thomas doing? Nate wondered angrily as the bloomer's jaws descended, inch by inch. "Frag out," Delaney bellowed just ahead of him. Nate's blood turned to ice. He heard the metallic clink as the grenade bounced under the container truck, rolling toward the side, where dozens of bloomers were still swarming toward them. Nate cringed as a deafening boom hammered the tunnel. White light erupted around the man he was wrestling with. The shockwave punched with a blast of heat, and the bloomer on top of him howled like a dog as shrapnel hammered into his back. Nate cried out as a razor-hot shard of metal ripped into his lower leg. Finally, someone shot the bloomer on top of him. The fight suddenly left it, and it slumped on top of him with at least 300 pounds of dead weight. Dust and ringing silence engulfed Nate for a blessed moment. His ears throbbed from the sound of the grenade and gunfire. His leg burned like it was on fire. Someone grabbed him by his jacket, then rolled the dead weight aside and yanked him to his feet. It was Hunter. "You good?" she asked. "Yeah," he breathed. She helped him limp away from the truck, while Voronova and Delaney backpedaled frantically with Airman Gutierrez, all three of them firing again as bloomers recovered from the grenade and came swarming back around the barricade once more. "Stay with me," Hunter yelled, her voice muffled through the ringing in Nate's ears. "You're hit." Nate clenched his teeth, tasting grit. "I'm fine," he insisted while casting about frantically for the pistol he'd lost. "I need a gun." "Here," Hunter handed him her sidearm. "Thanks." The bloomers came shrieking and surging over and around the container truck, jumping down and sprinting through the shifting veils of gun smoke. Somehow, there were still dozens of them left, and this time all of them coming at once. "Here they come," Delaney warned. Chapter 35. Paula flinched at the retreating pops of gunfire. The sound echoed sharply through the container, like someone hammering on steel pipes, sharp and frantic. The container shuddered with each burst, but not as hard as it had shaken with the recent explosion from that grenade. Shrapnel had pitted tiny holes in the container. Riley's hand tightened around hers. Following Corporal Raines's orders, they'd flipped over their gurneys and were taking shelter behind them, just in case bloomers opened the back of the container and started coming through. Further back, behind their makeshift barricade, Emily still lay on her gurney, her wounded leg making it all but impossible to crouch beside them. Dr. Burton crouched near the back wall, just beneath the air conditioner, with his medical bag clutched against his chest like a life raft. He wasn't even pretending to check on Emily anymore. Emily pushed herself upright, pale and trembling. "My girls, I need to check on my girls." Paula grimaced. She felt the same way about Nate and Jonah. It was maddening to be stuck in here, cut off from the fighting, unable to do anything, or even to know where they were or what was happening. "They're okay. They're safe in the other vehicle," Paula said, even though she had no idea if that was true. The only thing she knew for sure was that the convoy had stopped and the infected were attacking en masse. She could hear their inhuman shrieks reverberating through the steel walls of the container. Corporal Raines and Private Hands stood near the container doors, their rifles leveled, just waiting for something to burst through. They both jumped as a body slammed into the doors, rattling them. Riley's breath hitched. "Mom, they're going to get in." Paula was inclined to agree, and the sound of gunfire and the soldiers' voices retreating from them was not at all encouraging. "We have to get out of here," Paula said, pushing to her feet. "Open those doors now." Corporal Raines didn't turn. "We can't, ma'am." Paula demanded. "What does that mean?" "These doors can't be opened from the inside. The latches are on the outside." Another scream, a human one, sounded even closer this time, and Paula's whole body went rigid as she recognized the voice. That was Dad. Paula could feel the blood draining from her face. "Nate!" she shouted through the wall, but the sound was swallowed by the snarls of the infected and rattling bursts of gunfire. Multiple bodies thudded against the container, rocking the truck on its wheels, and feet hammered on the roof like a stampede. Emily gasped, "Are we losing?" Paula glared at the corporal's back. "We can't just sit here, we have to do something." "There's nothing we can do," Raines said. "We don't have tools to cut our way out, and there's no interior release." Outside, the sounds of gunfire multiplied in short, panicked bursts, still moving steadily away from them. Paula swallowed hard, hoping they would find some way to turn the tide of this battle. If they did. She tried not to imagine what would happen to Nate and Jonah, and Haley and Olivia. Amelia fired another burst into the swarm pouring over the container truck. They were climbing up and over now, and jumping straight down from the roof. Shell casings tinkled around her boots. The air reeked with the coppery stench of blood, gunpowder, and superheated metal from their guns. Fall back," Delaney shouted somewhere to her left. She barely heard him. The horde was pressing in from every direction, shimmying under the trailer, squeezing through the gaps at the front and back, and clambering over. Amelia's rifle bucked again and again against her shoulder. Her arms and hands were going numb from the recoil. She forced herself to ignore it and keep firing. "Captain, stay on your sector," Voronova barked at her. "I'm trying," Amelia shot back, even as she cut down another two that came racing past the back of the container. Beside her, Nate Corwin fired more sporadically, aiming her sidearm at the shambling masses. One slipped by to her left, lunging over another corpse to reach him. Before she could swing her rifle into line, a burst of gunfire erupted and took it down. Airman Gutierrez flashed into view, bleeding from a gash in his forehead, but alive and otherwise unhurt. He grabbed Nate and looped an arm over his shoulder to help him limp away from the advancing waves of infected. "Let's go," Gutierrez shouted, hobbling with him toward the MRAP. Amelia kept pace beside them, firing steadily as they went. "Fall back," Voronova yelled. "To the MRAP, move, move, move." Amelia exchanged glances with Delaney. His gas mask was splattered with glowing blue blood. At least 9 bloomers were sprinting toward him. "Frag out," Delaney shouted, and he lobbed a grenade toward them. A hand flashed up, and one of the infected caught it. And then a split second later, it came sailing back, straight toward Amelia. She barely had time to register the threat. Delaney shouted in a panicked voice, "Grenade!" Clink, it landed at her feet. Instinct hit with a spurt of adrenaline, and she kicked the grenade. It skittered away from them, bounced once. Boom! The explosion slammed into her like a wall. She felt herself lifted off the ground, her legs flying out from under her. Then she hit concrete hard enough to knock the air from her lungs. Noise shrank to a distant ringing hum. Her vision blurred. Shapes gathered around her, gray, black, and glowing, blue-lit bodies swarming like ants. Snarls filled her flight helmet, vibrating through her skull. Hands grabbed her vest, tugging her back up. Someone shouted something she couldn't make out. Her brain felt like it was sloshing inside her head. "Captain," Nate yelled, his voice clear enough now to be familiar. He shook her lightly. "We have to move." She blinked through the haze of smoke and falling bits of pulverized rock. Delaney was firing disciplined bursts alongside the Major as they reached the back of the MRAP. Amelia spun around and ran with Nate Corwin. They barreled toward the MRAP. Airman Gutierrez ran beside them, firing wildly to keep the bloomers off them. Let's go," he cried. Airman Thomas popped out the back doors, waving frantically for them to hurry. The Major jumped in first, followed by Sergeant Delaney, then Nate Corwin and Amelia herself. Gutierrez was last. Bloomers fell on him from all sides, hands grasping hungrily as they sucked him under a churning sea of bodies. He screamed, and a spurt of blood escaped his mouth. Delaney and the other airmen promptly shut the doors and bolted them closed. Then came the sound of too many hands hammering on the armored back and sides of the MRAP. Everyone took a moment to catch their breath. No one mentioned Gutierrez's fading screams, or the fact that now they were trapped inside of a tin can and surrounded by walls of infected. "Where the hell did they all come from?" Voronova muttered. "Must have followed us through the city," Delaney grunted. "I didn't see them on the highway," Voronova replied. "Must have hung back to avoid detection." "Then how did they figure out where we were going?" "Must have guessed. Or else they were just waiting for us to arrive," Amelia suggested. "Maybe they thought whoever's inside would open the blast doors for us." "Joke S on them," Delaney grunted. We're stuck out in the cold, same as them. Stuck being the operative word, Nate added. That last grenade blast had rung Nate's skull like a bell, but adrenaline had pulled him through the fog. Now that temporary burst of energy was ebbing fast. His whole body felt cold and shaky except for his leg, which throbbed hotly where that wedge of metal shrapnel had embedded in his calf. Blood was still trickling out around it, but he didn't dare pull it out for fear that the trickle would become a flood. Bloomers continued hammering on the sides of the truck. All three kids were huddled together and crying near the front, wedged between their luggage and other supplies. Max sat with them, growling steadily and occasionally letting out a strident bark. Drumming thuds pounded away, as the infected slammed mindlessly against the armored vehicle. "At least they can't get in," Nate muttered. Airman Thomas crouched beside Delaney by the back doors, both of them peeking out the windows in the top, while Voronova and Captain Hunter sat up front to make room in the back. The sound of footsteps beating on the roof drew everyone's eyes up. Max lifted his head and growled louder. Everyone froze, their eyes tracking the sound. Jonah whimpered, "Dad, are they going to get in?" Nate shuffled over to his son, wincing as the movement caused his wounded calf to tense. He dropped down beside his son and pulled him into a one-armed hug. "It's okay. This thing is practically a tank. They can't get to us." The infected covered the MRAP, slapping hands across the windows, nails scraping raggedly on steel and making him cringe. Just like chalk on a chalkboard. Delaney peeled off his mask with a sigh. The UV bulb overhead sizzled as it caught a fresh droplet of infected blood under his chin. "This thing's built to survive IEDs and RPGs. They're not getting in." "So we're safe?" Olivia asked, her voice barely audible over the commotion outside. "Yeah," Delaney said. "What about Mom?" Jonah asked. "And our mom," Olivia added. Nate hesitated. He thought about the back doors of the container, latched shut from the outside. What if the Bloomers figured out how to open them? Ferals aren't smart enough to open the doors. "But what about the other ones?" Jonah pressed. "The smart ones like Riley and Mom." Nate winced. Jonah was right. Lucid Bloomers would be smart enough to open the doors. "Pretty sure we shot all the drivers," Delaney put in, but the way he trailed off made it sound more like a question than a reassuring statement. Nate crawled to the back doors to look out the windows with Delaney and Thomas. He stood over their shoulders, peering out through a forest of slapping hands. "Over there," Nate pointed to the rear end of the container where an infected man was calmly fiddling with the locking mechanisms. "What's that one doing?" Delaney cursed viciously and yanked his mask back down. "Bastards working the latch." "Major," Nate shouted toward the front. "They're opening the container." "Shit," Voronova replied. "Brace yourselves." The MRAP lurched backward, scattering the infected and dragging at least one of them under the wheels with a piercing wail. "We're going to ram it," Captain Hunter warned. "What?" Nate flashed back over to Jonah and the Reed girls, wrapping them up in his arms and forcing them down. "Heads between your knees," he warned. "Brace," Delaney cried. The MRAP accelerated, the engine screaming. The impact hit like a train. Everyone screamed. Nate flew backward, suddenly weightless. His head cracked hard against steel, and darkness swallowed everything. Chapter 36. Nate came to with his cheek mashed against cold steel. Then the world lurched and tilted strangely around him, a blurry rush of rocks flashing by on all sides. For a second he thought the tunnel was collapsing, But then he realized that the MRAP was moving, accelerating quickly, and his head was hanging out the back door. His stomach lurched as they bounced over something, and he nearly fell out the back. Someone caught him and yanked him back inside. Delaney. "You tryin' to get yourself killed, Corwin." Nate pushed himself up, his vision swimming. Jonah and the girls were thankfully still huddled in between the bench seats. Luggage had flown all around them, but they looked unhurt. Max barked hysterically, claws skittering on the floor as he scuttled away from the open doors at the back. "What happened?" Nate managed. Through the opening at the back, he saw the container truck falling away, skewed at a crazy angle in the tunnel. The back end of it was dented where they'd hit. Bloomers still swarmed over and around it like ants. A blast of damp, blood and gunpowder-scented air slapped Nate in the face, and suddenly he realized what was wrong. One of the back doors was open, bent and flapping as they rolled away. The locking mechanism was twisted at an ugly angle, damaged from the crash. Every time the MRAP hit a bump, the door banged in and out, letting in flickers of orange light from the tunnel and flashes of glowing blue eyes from the shambling horde of infected outside. "We have to shut those doors," Delaney yelled to Airman Thomas. Thomas lunged past Nate to grab the recessed handle, and together they pulled the damaged door shut. Airman Thomas worked the locking wheel, but the door wouldn't seal. "It's not gonna work, Sergeant." "Major, you've got damage back here," Delaney called to the front. She muttered a curse. "I'm getting up top," Thomas said. "Do it," Delaney grunted. The airman lunged for the top hatch and flipped it open. Gunfire rattled in short, measured bursts at the bloomers behind them. Nate scooted over to take the airman's place by the doors. His calf screamed where the shrapnel was still buried, but he ignored it and grabbed the damaged door with Delaney, bracing his shoulder against the one that was still shut to keep the entrance sealed. The MRAP jolted once more, and then began to decelerate. "What are we slowing down for?" Delaney barked to the major. "Dead end," she shouted back. "Nowhere else to go." Jonah whimpered and buried his face in his knees. Olivia had both arms locked around her little sister, Haley, who in turn clutched her dirty white and black stuffed tiger so tight that it looked like the head would pop off. Captain Hunter came crouch-walking back with her carbine at the ready. She squeezed past the kids and picked up a pistol along the way. "Drop this," she asked, handing it to Nate. He accepted it with a nod of thanks. Hunter dropped to one knee, aiming at the damaged back door. Delaney edged out of her sights. "Mind your aim, Captain." "They ripped that door open. You'll be glad I'm here." He grunted. And then the horde hit, shrieking and roaring as they hammered into the MRAP again. For a moment, it looked like they wouldn't figure out the doors were damaged. Nate held the door shut with Delaney, their hands gripping the handle right beside each other. Then dirty fingernails appeared, curling around the edges of the damaged door, and they began tugging on it, ripping and yanking the door. Each determined tug pulled the door open a couple of inches before Nate and Delaney managed to slam it shut again. Nate glimpsed them in flashes, glowing eyes, dirty faces, mouths rimmed in infected blue saliva. Nate's muscles burned. He actually felt the muscle fibers snapping as he struggled to hold the door shut. The handle cut into his hand. Thomas's fire from above cut down the first line, but the ones behind them leaped over the fallen, using them like a ramp to reach the back of the MRAP. "Don't let go," Delaney yelled, straining with both arms to hold the door shut. Nate pushed with his feet and shoved with his shoulder, gritting his teeth. Too many hands slapped against the other door behind his head. Captain Hunter kneeled beside them and shoved the barrel of her carbine into the gap to fire 2 quick 3-round bursts. Bloomers at the threshold shrieked as they fell, but more immediately stepped over them. The damaged panel levered open, hands gripping it. One of the bloomers was battling with Captain Hunter's rifle and pushing her aim up to the ceiling. "Door!" Delaney shouted through gritted teeth. Nate shifted, straightening his back to put his shoulder into it again. Together, they heaved the door inward another inch. Easily half a dozen bloomers caught the edges and heaved the other way. The door ripped outward, the handle jerking free of Nate's hand and jarring his shoulder. Delaney cried out as the horde nearly pulled him straight out of the MRAP. "Sergeant!" Nate grabbed the back of his vest with his aching hand. For a terrifying second, Nate thought he was going to lose him. Then Airman Thomas leaned down through the hatch and fired a controlled burst straight past Delaney's helmet, taking out 2 of the nearest infected. They fell back in a tumbling mess. Delaney scuttled back inside, dragging the door shut. And then with a collective shriek, the bloomers heaved again, and it flew open. Bloomers surged into the gap, wedging themselves in the opening like corks in a bottle, their arms and heads thrusting inside. The kids screamed. Max snarled. One of the bloomers snapped at Nate's face. He jerked back and fired his gun, the sudden bang deafening in the enclosed space. Captain Hunter jerked her rifle free and fired in tight bursts. "Get back!" she shouted to Nate and Sergeant Delaney, as they each brought their weapons to bear and filled the narrow opening with a hail of bullets. But they couldn't get back. There was nowhere to go. Behind them were kids and luggage. In front of them, the open door. Then the horde parted just enough for one figure to step forward, standing tall and far too calm to be a feral. This was a lucid bloomer, and he was wearing police SWAT gear minus the helmet. His eyes glowed like sapphires in the dark, his cheeks so pale that Nate could see the pulsing lines of infected blood running through his veins. The lucid one stood just beyond the flailing ferals, barely 20 feet away, holding up something that looked like a green apple. Not an apple, a grenade. The bloomer smiled coldly. "Shit, he's got a grenade," Delaney cried. "Shoot him." He and Captain Hunter both shifted their aim even as the lucid bloomer cranked his arm back. He took 2 bullets straight to the chest, his body jerking with the impacts, but the SWAT gear protected him. Nate lunged over the heads of the infected, who were still crammed into the open doorway, and grabbed the handle. He heaved it shut just as the grenade came sailing toward them. A pair of ferals got pinched in the gap, one by the chest, another by the arm. Their heads and shoulders were inside the MRAP, jaws snapping at Nate's ankles, fingers clawing for his legs. The grenade clinked sharply against the door. A second later it went off, right in the middle of the horde. The blast knocked the breath out of Nate and sent him flying. A blast of heat scorched his face and the flash of light dazzled his eyes. Something hot and wet spattered across his hands and boots, a splash of blood. Hopefully it wasn't his. When his vision cleared enough to see, he noticed the 2 ferals that had been wedged in the doorway were twitching limply, torn to shreds from the waist down. Outside, the tunnel was choked with mangled bodies and acrid smoke. Captain Hunter shoved past him, shouldering the door partly open again to get a firing lane. She sighted and dropped the lucid bloomer as he ran for cover behind the container truck. His head snapped back as he fell. Thin trickles of blue blood spurted from his SWAT armor. But Nate saw more lucid ones approaching calmly from the front of the truck. One was hefting what looked like an AR-15. Another had a pump-action shotgun tucked neatly against its shoulder, and a third was lying prone on top of the container itself, aiming at them through the telescopic sights of a hunting rifle. "They've got guns, we're in trouble," Nate shouted. "Understatement," Delaney replied. Together they kicked the infected bloomers out of the way and yanked the door shut again, just as a volley of bullets hammered into it. The impacts rang through the MRAP in a harsh, metallic staccato. The kids screamed louder. Max had barked himself hoarse. Delaney met Nate's eyes, his face pale behind the mask. "Airman, take out that sniper." "On it," Thomas replied from the top hatch. Thomas fired a burst. Then a single, sharp crack of gunfire rang out from the direction of the container truck. Thomas dropped like a sack of bricks. The Reed girl screamed, and Jonah gagged. Delaney cursed. Captain Hunter scrambled to check on Thomas. He lay crumpled at her feet, his eyes wide behind the gas mask, hands clutching at a bubbling wound in his neck. Blood pumped through his fingers and spread in a dark, pulsing pool. "He's gone," Hunter announced a second later, shaking her head. "Corwin, you hold this door with everything you've got, you hear me?" Delaney said. "If they get it open and fire that shotgun in here at point blank." The sergeant didn't finish. He didn't need to. Nate pictured it anyway. The kids ripped to shreds, Nate lying bleeding out on the floor alongside them and the soldiers. He and Delaney leaned in together, their muscles tensing for the inevitable. Someone yanked on the other side of the door hard. It jerked outward, they jerked it shut, and repeat in a frantic tug-of-war. "Hang on," Voronova yelled from the front. "I'm going to reverse over them." The engine roared, and the MRAP shuddered as she dropped it into reverse. Nothing happened. "The hell," she snarled. "We're not moving." "Too many bodies blocking the wheels," Delaney roared, breathless. The door jerked outward again. Nate roared as he pulled it back. His arms were shaking, his hand numb from the handle digging into it. The engine revved, and wheels spun as Major Voronova tried again. The sound of bloomers scrambling and clambering up caught Nate's ear. "Captain, shut the hatch," Delaney cried. Hunter lunged, reaching up to slam it shut. She spun the locking bolt just seconds before they heard boots echoing across the armored roof. The lucid ones outside poured all of their strength into the back door, wrenching and throwing their weight against it in a savage rhythm. Nate screamed as the muscle fibers in his hands and arms began snapping, one at a time, like piano strings. The door cracked open, then slammed shut, cracked open again, then slammed. One of them wedged an arm into the gap, all the way up to the elbow, fingers scrabbling for purchase. Using that newfound leverage, the others pried at the door with renewed vigor, and the gap widened another inch. Delaney screamed, his back and one arm straining against the door, his feet braced on either side. Captain Hunter hovered behind them, struggling to find a clear line of fire. "I can't hold it," the sergeant shouted. And Nate felt his numb fingers slowly slipping from the handle. Chapter 37. Paula crouched behind the overturned stretcher with Riley pressed against her side. Gunfire outside still cracked and echoed through the container, rattling the steel walls and vibrating the floor under her boots. Every burst made Emily flinch, where she still lay on her gurney with her injured leg stretched out. "How can they still be fighting?" Emily whispered. "Because there are too many of them," Paula thought. "If they're still fighting, that means they're alive," she said instead. "They're okay." A shriek tore through the walls of the container, much too close for comfort. And then someone began fiddling with the locking mechanism on the other side of the doors. "Give me a gun," Paula said suddenly. She stood up before she could think better of it. "Please." Private Hands glanced at her, eyes wide behind his mask. "Ma'am, if they get through that door, you'll want all the help you can get." Corporal Rains didn't hesitate. He reached for the holster on his hip and held out a pistol to her. "Get ready," he snapped as the sound of the locks outside grew louder. Paula lunged around the stretcher and snatched the weapon from the corporal's glove. Riley stood up beside her. "I want one too." "No," Paula said immediately. Riley didn't back down. "I know how to shoot." Rains assessed her for a second, then nodded to the private, and he drew his sidearm as well. Riley ran over to take it from him, and she promptly flicked off the safety. A much louder thunk echoed through the container. "Here they come," Private Hands said. "Get back behind cover," Corporal Rains said. Paula turned and ran, dropping down behind the stretcher with Riley once more. They both propped their hands up on the edge to aim at the doors. And then they flew outward, bathing the interior of the container in coppery light. Outside, peals of smoke wrapped the figure in mystery. For a long moment nobody fired. A single silhouette stood framed in the threshold, a tall man in civilian clothes. For a moment, Paula dared to hope that it was Nate. Then she saw glowing blue eyes pierce the gloom. A shotgun swept up, leveled right at them. "Take cover," Rains bellowed as both he and Private Hands flattened themselves to the sides of the container. Riley and Paula ducked down, and Emily rolled off her gurney. The shotgun boomed, and the blast tore through the container, shredding into the overturned bed that Paula and Riley were hiding behind. Miraculously, nothing made it through the makeshift barricade. Then she and Riley both popped back up and fired simultaneously at the lucid bloomer. It jerked backward with a combined assault, then staggered and collapsed. "Secure the exit," Rains shouted as he and Private Hands surged out. Paula vaulted over the barricade, racing after them before she even realized why. She flicked a backward glance at her daughter. "Riley, stay with Emily and Dr. Burton. Guard them." Riley's face was pale, but she nodded. Paula sprinted after the two soldiers out into a dark, rocky tunnel. It was the tunnel from her dream. It had to be. Chaos and carnage assaulted her senses. Dead bodies were everywhere. The air reeked of gunpowder and blood. Gunfire still cracked from somewhere up ahead near the MRAP. Paula saw a cluster of bloomers clawing at the back door of the armored vehicle, trying to get in. "Take them out," Rains barked. All three of them raised their guns and opened fire. Paula's shot struck true, hitting two to the torso, and a lucky shot to another's head. Meanwhile, the soldiers sprayed controlled bursts. Bloomers toppled in heaps, adding to the already massive pile of bodies behind the MRAP. It was over in seconds. The MRAP's rear door cracked open, and someone aimed a rifle out the back. At them. Paula didn't even have time to react. A single shot cracked out, and someone cried out behind them. Paula spun around to see an infected man on top of the container truck scramble to his feet, pressing both hands to a wound in his shoulder. A second shot sent the bloomer toppling over the side to hit the pavement with a meaty slap. "Friendly," Rains called out, raising his hands. The doors flew wide, and Paula saw Nate and the kids huddled in the shadows. They were alive. Even Max, who was barking hysterically. Paula sprinted past the soldiers and flew inside the vehicle. She threw her arms around Nate, then Jonah. "Are you okay?" She breathed into that hug. Then she withdrew to check them over. Nate winced and nodded. "Mostly." Major Voronova leaned around from the driver's seat. "Someone clear the wheels." Paula glanced out the back and grimaced. The pile of dead bloomers came all the way up to the doors. "On it," Delaney said as he vaulted outside, his boots squelching in blood and viscera. "Private hands. Corporal, get over here and help me clear this crap." "Copy." The three men set to work dragging bodies away while Paula looked back to Nate. Only then did she see the other soldier lying on the floor beside her husband, his eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling, hands curled around his throat. A dark pool of blood was congealing beneath him and making the floor of the transport slick. "He's dead," Nate said, as if that weren't immediately obvious. Major Voronova and Captain Hunter came squeezing through from the front of the transport. Wordlessly, they carried him out gently and lay him beside the rocky walls of the tunnel. Delaney and the others continued dragging the dead away from the back of the vehicle. "I'd help," Nate said, but he nodded to his lower leg, which was soaked and glistening with blood around a jutting wedge of metal. Paula's eyes widened. "Nate." A long, ugly piece of metal was embedded in his calf. Blood had completely soaked the fabric around it. "Why didn't you tell me you were hurt when I asked?" she snapped. "Didn't seem like good timing," he said through clenched teeth. "Where's Riley?" "She's fine, in the container with Emily." "I want Mommy," Haley said, burying her face in her stuffed tiger. Paula fixed her and Olivia with a sympathetic look. "She's okay. You'll get to see her in a minute." Paula knelt beside Nate. "Hold still." She examined the wound quickly. Deep, but not dangerously so. No sign of arterial involvement. She grasped the shrapnel. "This is going to hurt." "Just do it." She pulled. Nate hissed but didn't scream. Blood welled up and Paula pressed her hands hard against it. "I need a medkit." Captain Hunter came back in and stepped over one of the bench seats to get around them. "Here," she said, handing a beige trauma kit to Paula. "Thanks." Jonah edged closer to watch as she cut Nate's pant leg open, then disinfected the wound, drawing another hiss from her husband. Then she patted it with gauze and wrapped it tight with an elastic strap. "You'll live," she said. "Could use a few stitches, but this will have to do for now." "Thank you," Nate said, smiling tightly at her. Captain Hunter sat down near the doors. "Major, what's the plan?" Voronova stood off to one side, watching as Delaney, Hands, and Corporal Rains grunted and heaved, dragging dead bloomers away from the vehicle. "The plan? We get the hell out of here before more of these bastards show up." Delaney snorted as he carried another corpse away with private hands. "So much for the infected not coming out until night." "Must have made an exception for us," Nate muttered. "Yeah, but when did they decide to follow us?" Delaney asked. "And how?" Nate shook his head. "Must have seen us driving down the highway and got curious." Or, Captain Hunter suggested, the mothership figured out the first flight was a decoy, and then they sent some of the infected back to Lincoln Airport to ask around. They were probably watching us land. "If that's true," Voronova said, "then the mothership is likely already on its way here." Paula listened to the exchange with growing concern. She spotted movement in the background and saw Riley and Dr. Burton helping Emily hobble toward them. "Riley," Nate called to her. She raised a hand to wave as they approached. "Not to mention," Voronova continued, nodding in their direction, "our Faraday cage is wide open." "Yeah, but we're under a mountain," Nate said. The bloom uses radio waves to communicate. You really think they can get a signal out of this tunnel? Voronova stepped in closer to the opening. If they can't, then how did Paula receive a vision of this place? Paula frowned. The Major made a good point. Someone had called her here, deliberately. The last thing you saw, Voronova continued, was them escorting the alien hostage and its liaison beyond these blast doors. If they couldn't get a signal out, how did that infected woman contact you? Paula exhaled slowly and shook her head. Maybe she contacted me after the fact. She was sharing her memories of this place, not what she was seeing in the moment that she was seeing it. If that's true, then she's probably not here anymore, Captain Hunter said. Maybe she escaped. Delaney looked up from his gruesome work, breathing hard. Then her alien buddy might have flown the coop too. Troubled looks passed among them. So we came here for nothing, Nate asked. Paula's stomach tightened. If they're not here, why show me this place and tell me to find them? Before anyone could venture an answer, a deep metallic thunk echoed through the tunnel. Then another and several more. The ground shivered under their feet, and a mechanical groaning sound filled the air. The blast door is opening, Delaney crowed. Paula scrambled out the back of the transport, with Nate right behind her. Together, they watched as the massive rectangular slab of metal closest to them slowly began to swing open. Chapter 38. A wall of cold, sterile air gusted out of the facility as the blast door fully opened, revealing that it was at least 6 feet thick. Armed soldiers in bright yellow hazmat suits piled out, taking up firing positions on either side of the opening and waving them through with sharp gestures. Let's go, one of them shouted. Paula didn't wait to be told twice. She draped one of Nate's arms over her shoulders, despite his protests, and helped him toward the opening. The soldiers abandoned their work, clearing the dead bodies to help the Reed girls out the back. Dr. Burton helped Emily. Jonah led Max out on his leash and nearly got yanked into a slushy pile of infected blood and gore. Jonah, Paula cried. I'm okay, he said. Max tugged again and jerked to the end of his leash, barking excitedly as he ran toward Paula, as if he hadn't properly noticed her before. Everyone hurried into a brightly lit tunnel before a second blast door. It was sealed. The ceiling inside was glowing with purple UV lights. The floor had been raised up with metal grates and drains, while pipes with misting nozzles lined the bare concrete walls inside. A decontamination area. The soldiers who'd piled out of the facility shut the outer door behind them and pointed to a table lined with green-tinted glasses. Put them on, someone barked. They hurried to put on the protective eyewear. Delaney, Rains, and Private Hands were all wearing gas masks, so they didn't bother because there was no way to put them on. Paula noted that the ones in hazmat suits also didn't put on the glasses. It must have been a precaution rather than a necessity. She slid her glasses on and made sure Nate and both of her kids did the same. Riley clapped a hand over Max's eyes to serve the same purpose. The world tinted dark green behind her glasses. Glancing back, Paula vaguely saw the Reeds also wearing theirs. As soon as the massive vault door thumped shut behind them, jets of disinfectant sprayed out of the nozzles in the walls, and everyone flinched as the cold spray soaked into their clothes and stung their exposed skin. Arms up, someone ordered. Make sure it gets to every nook and cranny. They did as they were told. Move up, next station. The station turned out to be a line of roughly textured doormats submerged in deep steel trays that had been collecting the chemical spray from the walls. They were told to rub their shoes across the mats. One of the soldiers bent to roughly splay Max's paws and rub them on the mats. Finally, the sprays of disinfectant stopped, and the soldiers in hazmat suits went around collecting their eyewear to return it to the table. Then one of them stepped over to a video intercom mounted beside the inner blast door and stabbed the call button. A face appeared on the other side, and Paula heard voices conferring quietly. The panel buzzed sharply, and then the second door began groaning open. More soldiers were waiting on the other side, these ones more simply clothed in combat fatigues. The ones in fatigues worked quickly to relieve each of them of their weapons, pistols, rifles, even combat knives. Paula's stomach tightened as her pistol was practically pried out of her fist. Nate also surrendered his weapon reluctantly, and Sergeant Delaney looked like someone had asked him to hand over his child. "What is the meaning of this?" Major Voronova demanded. "We're all on the same side here." "Just a precaution, ma'am," one of the ones in fatigue said. Once all of them were unarmed, they were ushered toward a big white wall of a building with multiple military emblems on it and words in the center that said, "Welcome to Cheyenne Mountain Complex." From there, the soldiers led them up a short flight of steps, in through a metal door, and down a long corridor to a large, brightly lit office, or maybe some type of security station or operations center. Paula decided, as she noted all of the workstations and glowing screens that lined the walls of the room. The stations were all empty, as was the room, except for two figures who stood in the center of the space. A tall, broad-shouldered man with hard eyes, also wearing a yellow hazmat suit, and a woman in simple army fatigues, wearing a matching hat, her dark hair tied back beneath the hat, hands clasped behind her back, her expression neutral, except for her eyes, which were glowing bright blue. "Welcome to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex," the man said, as if quoting the words on the wall of the building they'd seen a moment ago. Paula recognized him instantly, not by his face, which was mostly hidden behind the clear but slightly reflective visor of his suit. No, she recognized him from his bearing and his voice, the voice from her dreams. This was the man who'd been in charge in both of her dream visions, and the woman standing beside him was the one who had called her here. Except here, she wasn't chained up or being treated like a prisoner as she had been in Paula's visions. Beside her, Riley stiffened, and Paula realized that she had also recognized them. The man spoke. "I believe introductions are in order. I am General Adrian Davis, and this—" "I know you," Riley interrupted, shaking a finger at him. "I saw you torturing one of them." The general's posture shifted fractionally. "Torturing? Perhaps. It was necessary, I assure you. But given the familiar look in your eyes, I have to ask, to whom am I speaking?" "Riley Corwin," she replied. The general tilted his head. "Are you certain of that?" Paula stepped forward, inserting herself between Riley and the general. "She's my daughter. She's not contagious." "No, perhaps not, though I'm sure you'll understand that I need to verify that for myself." He turned his head and gestured to the woman beside him. "The lieutenant here is also not contagious, in case you were wondering. This is Lieutenant Lauren Mitchell," Riley said. The woman blinked, surprised, then inclined her head politely. "That is correct. You must be learning to control it if you read that out of my mind." Riley's head bobbed slightly. The lieutenant smiled. "And you are Riley and Paula Corwin." Nate stepped forward, slightly favoring his wounded leg. "How did you—" The lieutenant's eyes remained fixed on Paula. "I knew you would find us," Lauren continued. Paula swallowed hard. How did you contact me from in here, from inside a mountain? The general answered, I asked her to find someone, anyone, who might be able to tell us what those bastards want. And she found you too. But Riley saw a different place, Paula said. It wasn't this one. Lauren nodded. Yes, that was earlier. Years ago, actually. Before we fully understood how the Bloom signal works and that more of them were coming. General Davis folded his arms. Before we realized that we'd compromised our position by not blocking that bastard's signals. He was communicating with them the whole time, and we never even knew it. Paula frowned. You mean it, the hostage leaked your location? Lauren nodded once. They knew where to look long before they arrived. It was probably the first place they went, even though we were careful to cover our tracks. And then you came here, Paula asked. Yes, Lauren's voice tightened. But that was years ago, Nate put in. Major Voronova cleared her throat and stepped forward to introduce herself. He nodded to her. I already know who you are, Major. Voronova rocked back on her heels. How? Courtesy of the Bloom. Lieutenant Mitchell is incredibly adept at spying on the enemy and learning what they know. Fortunately, we found a way to ensure that it is now a one-way link. Much the same way that yours is, Mrs. Corwin. With that, he nodded to her. Then you already know we are on a tight timeline, General. She pulled a phone from a zippered pocket in her jacket and flicked it on to reveal a timer counting down. They gave us 72 hours to hand over your hostage, and we've only got 59 left. We need to come up with a plan before the time runs out. Davis lifted a hand. I suspect the time is much shorter than that. As for a plan, that might be better discussed in a more intimate setting. Why us? Paula demanded. We will explain everything in time, Mrs. Corwin. Wait a damn second, Sergeant Delaney snapped. If you summoned us here and you knew we were coming, then why the hell didn't you let us in? Davis nodded toward Paula and Riley, and Lieutenant Mitchell's expression shifted to a tight smile as she spread her hands apologetically. I didn't know it was you. The Faraday cage, Nate murmured. Lauren nodded, her eyebrows raised. Is that how you were blocking their signals? I should have guessed. Everything makes a lot more sense now. Paula's jaw actually dropped. So, that's why you opened the door soon after they got out, Major Voronova said, finishing the thought that was busy forming in Paula's head. You could finally sense them, so you knew who it was. The lieutenant's smile widened. Exactly. You could sense them, even through those 25-ton doors, Nate asked. General Davis shook his head. We had to make some modifications to our bunker and to Lieutenant Mitchell. Enhancements that allow us to safely monitor what's on the other side without the enemy sensing her. Paula felt a chill crawl down her spine. What kind of modifications had they made to the lieutenant? Davis held up a hand once more. Now, please, hold the rest of your questions for now. Major Captain Hunter, please accompany us to the containment lab. He turned and strode briskly toward the exit, with Lieutenant Mitchell matching pace beside him. Containment, Voronova asked as she and Captain Hunter turned to follow them out. Is that where you have the alien subject? Indeed. What about us? Nate called after them, taking a step to follow. Wait here, the general replied. A pair of soldiers in hazmat suits that had followed them in and stood guarding the doors immediately stepped forward, their rifles at the ready. Paula's pulse surged. We're not even going to see the hostage, Riley demanded. General Davis turned to her as he stepped out. Not yet. Paula scowled. Patience, the general said as Voronova and Captain Hunter exited the room. Soon you'll have all the answers you need. In the meantime, take a seat, rest. If you need water, food, or the facilities, my men will be happy to assist you. The door clicked shut, and then their footsteps receded quickly down the hall. Paula exhaled shakily and turned to regard the others. Paula, Nate, Riley, Jonah, Max, panting steadily with a goofy grin, Emily and her girls, and Sergeant Delaney, Corporal Rains, and Private Hands. It made Paula feel better that the enlisted soldiers had also been excluded, but that also made her more suspicious. What was the general hiding? If they don't trust us, then why even bring us here? Nate asked. He looked to Paula for the answer, but she just shook her head. She was busy wondering the exact same thing. Chapter 39. The containment lab was nothing like Amelia expected. Apart from the airlock with UV lights and protective eyewear, which seemed to be a staple these days. As soon as the decontamination sequence was over and the chemical sprays stopped misting over them, General Davis ushered her and Major Voronova through the final door ahead of him. Amelia glanced back to make sure that he and Lieutenant Mitchell were following them in, just in case the general was trying to lock her and the major in here for some nefarious reason. But that wasn't the case. Both officers followed them in without hesitation. The soldiers who'd escorted them this far, however, had remained outside the decontamination airlock. It was just the four of them now, all ranking officers, meeting together in private in whatever this place was. Amelia felt the hairs on her neck prickle as she slowly stepped down a grated metal stairwell. The lab below was large, circular, and cold, frigid even through her jacket and the layers of her flight suit beneath that. The walls were lined with monitors showing waveforms, brain scans, and diagrams of alien anatomy that matched more or less what Paula and Riley Corwin had described, but also what she had personally seen outside Lincoln, back at the Ellisons' farm. In the center of the lab stood a massive cylindrical tank, frosted and filled with a pale, viscous fluid. Tubes and cables ran into it from every direction. Inside the tank floated the alien hostage. Amelia frowned heavily as they crossed the concrete floor to that tank. General, Major Voronova began. What is this? Exactly what it looks like. It looks like something out of a science fiction movie. Some kind of cryopreservation tank. Exactly, General Davis said, his head bobbing inside his hazmat suit as he came to stand in front of the tank beside her and Amelia. Lieutenant Mitchell joined him, and together the four of them stood staring up at the sleeping, frozen, alien subject. Major Voronova slowly shook her head. We don't have that technology, General, so unless this is their tech. Amelia watched carefully for his reaction. He smiled tightly and said, That's not true, Major. We absolutely do have the technology to freeze living organisms in order to preserve them. What we don't have is the ability to thaw them without killing them in the process. Then, he was dying. This was the only way. Dying, not dead, Voronova asked. Seems like a petty distinction if we can't wake him up. The general spread his hands. Maybe we can't. I suspect they can. Anyway, what is that old thought experiment? The one with the cat? Schrödinger. That's the one. Anyway, the proverbial cat is neither alive nor dead until we open the box. And you're going to let the enemy do that. You've got it. General Davis turned to Voronova and Amelia. Fits rather nicely with what you were planning, don't you think? You suggested using a life support apparatus to excuse the fact that we need to hand over the hostage directly inside their hangar rather than on the ground. Coincidentally, we actually need to do just that. Voronova gaped at him. I'm still not sure I understand how you learned about my plan. The Trojan horse plan. I thought I explained that back in the ops center when we met. Lieutenant Mitchell is connected to the Bloom. She learned about your plan the minute the enemy did, right when you told General Anders back at Lincoln ANGB. Amelia saw the skin around the major's eyes tighten. Fine, but that's the problem. The enemy knows about the plan. They won't let us execute it. Anders said it herself after we discovered that she was infected. Just by the way, General Davis said, raising a hand, who do you think gave Mrs. Corwin the vision that exposed General Anders' infection? He turned and gestured to Lieutenant Mitchell. She smiled tightly and waved sheepishly at them. Aha, Major Voronova nodded. Okay, well that explains that, but not what I was going to say. What is your objection, Major? They won't let us board them, especially now that they know that's what we wanted to do, so my original plan is worthless. You can't get a Trojan horse through the gate unless you convince the Trojans to bring it in. Let's say for argument's sake that we just need them to open the gate, in this case their hangar, and then all we have to do is fly toward it. They won't shoot us down because that would kill their precious. General Davis gestured to the tank. Whatever his or her name is. They'll demand that we land so that they can retrieve him on the ground. They will, and we'll go back and forth on the topic, all the while we're inching closer to their hangar. And then what? You try to fly in, they'll close it, or they'll just fly up and away. It's a spaceship. All they have to do is fly high enough and we can't follow them with conventional aircraft, much less a helicopter, which is what we'll likely need for this. General Davis sighed. Let me explain. Yes, please, sir. We have a secret weapon. We have a way to completely incapacitate them for a time, enough to give us approximately a 10-minute window. You have what? Keep listening, Major. So, in this scenario of us flying up toward their open hangar, we wait until the last possible minute, activate our weapon, and then fly inside without the least bit of resistance. Does that sound doable to you? With a nuke on board, Amelia added. Yes, of course, Davis said. Major Voronova appeared to be stuck in some type of infinite loop between raising objections and settling them for herself before trying again. Eventually, she said, assuming your secret weapon works. It does. How do you know? General Davis gestured again to the cryo tank. Exhibit A. How do you think what's-his-face ended up in the tank? We almost killed him while testing our weapon. What weapon? Amelia asked. General Davis stepped back and began pacing slowly in front of the tank. We had this creature for 6 years before they arrived. 6 years of experiments and interrogations. Eventually, all that hard work paid off. He nodded toward Mitchell. The lieutenant was infected during an early incident. At first, we didn't know what to think. We had to put her in a cage, too, until we discovered that she wasn't a threat. And then we discovered how to use her against them. She became a weapon. Lauren's fingers twitched, and her eyes pulsed steadily with dimming and brightening blue light. But she didn't speak. She's your secret weapon? Voronova asked. Yes and no. Davis smiled, a thin, cold line behind his visor. Their psychic link, the Bloom as you call it, that is the weapon. Their entire network is built on radio waves, and radio waves can be blocked, scrambled, his smile widened, or even amplified. Amelia blinked. What does that mean? It means, Captain, that we can incapacitate them all by hijacking their network with one faulty transmitter. We just have to amplify and broadcast the right signal. In order to do that, all we need to do is implant a small device into an infected person's brain. At that, Lauren Mitchell lifted her hat, revealing a shaved patch of her scalp and a boxy metallic device clamped to the bone like a giant cybernetic tick. Amelia's stomach twisted at the sight. Voronova shook her head, looking confused. Okay, so Mitchell is the weapon. No, she is. They'd see her coming a mile away. More precisely, 100 miles away. We need someone that is like her, but who is perfectly naive to their role in our little gambit. Amelia's mouth ran dry, and the Major gaped at him. You want to implant that device in the Corwins' heads. Specifically, Riley Corwin's head, Davis said calmly. But yes. Amelia found her voice. And then what? Then she's going to blast them with the equivalent of heavy metal music at 300 decibels. It'll be like Mount Krakatoa going off inside their heads. He tapped the side of his hazmat's hood to indicate his head. They won't be able to think. Many will lose consciousness. Some, like our friend here, may even be mortally injured. Voronova shook her head. But that device in her head, there's no way it has enough power to do that. It doesn't, but this facility does. She's just the emitter. The base is the repeater and amplifier. The infected person gets us past their firewall, so to speak. The brain implant allows us to pick the right frequency. Major Voronova raised an eyebrow. Walk me through it, General, like I'm 5. Davis nodded, almost pleased that she'd asked. Their entire hive link isn't magic, it's physics. They're using biological RF emitters, living transceivers, basically embedded in infected neural tissue. Each infected person acts like a low-power node in a distributed mesh network. On their own, each node has terrible range. But together, they create a planetary web. So they're using the infected like antennas? Amelia asked. Exactly. Think of it like millions of tiny Wi-Fi routers, all overlapping. The aliens up there run the backbone layer, the command channel. But the mesh on the ground handles local routing, signal boosting, error correction, synchronization. Voronova folded her arms. And the brain implant lets us hijack their network. Davis nodded. It lets us inject a malicious packet into the mesh. But the mesh won't accept anything from an unverified node. That's what the implant does. It takes a neural pattern from a real infected person and replicates the exact modulation signature, the weird, squishy waveform their brains generate to authenticate themselves. Mitchell tapped the metal device on her skull. It's like a forged MAC address, she said quietly, but their version. Okay, so you're creating a fake node in their network, Amelia said. A trusted fake node, Davis corrected. Once we're in, the rest is simple electronics. The infected person's implant sends a tiny, precise carrier signal microwatts, barely anything. But we route that signal into this facility's existing comms systems. Systems that were designed to communicate with satellites up in space via radio waves. Hopefully, you can see where I'm going with this. Go on, sir, Voronova replied. We can supply about 40 megawatts to the pulse we generate. Davis nodded toward the ceiling. And luckily, Cheyenne Mountain was literally built to survive nuclear war and power deep Earth comms. We're tapping old ELF lines, hardened microwave repeaters, everything and anything you can imagine, including a few of our own radio antennas at the top of the mountain. By the time they realize the danger, it'll be too late. Think of it like this. Their brains depend on a synchronized carrier tone, somewhere between 40 and 70 hertz, modulated on an RF envelope we still don't fully understand. It keeps the hive's signals in phase. If that signal gets hit with the wrong modulation, especially one encoded with a mismatched neurosignature, it cascades through the mesh like feedback. Like overloading a PA system, Amelia said. Exactly, Davis replied. One bad transmitter inside their authentication chain and the entire network gets a kind of phase seizure. Their brains can't reconcile the signal. The stronger the hive link, the harder they're hit. Voronova looked ill. So every infected person on Earth will get the same blast. No, Davis said. Only the ones connected to the mesh at that moment. The ferals are barely connected at all, so they won't even notice. But the lucid ones and the aliens aboard that ship, he pointed again at the cryo tank. They'll take the brunt of it. Krakatoa, Amelia whispered. General Davis nodded. Krakatoa, he confirmed. Voronova rubbed her temples and looked to the lieutenant. So, you called us here for a reason, because of the Corwins, because you need them for this. Yes, she confirmed. Just Riley, actually, General Davis said. But I imagine she wouldn't have been able to come here without her parents. I don't understand something, Voronova muttered, still eyeing the lieutenant. You began to show Paula visions of the alien hostage before Riley was abducted, and then infected to deliver the enemy's message. Mitchell shook her head. That wasn't me. It was. Wasn't it a very similar vision to the one Riley described? That was the previous facility, the one we abandoned because we realized it was compromised. Back at Offutt, the enemy was communicating with Mrs. Corwin, not me. When that didn't work and she still didn't get it, they abducted her daughter to make what they wanted clearer. And that's when you realized that you could use them. Mitchell nodded, yes. Amelia remembered something the general had said and she interrupted. You mentioned we'll have a 10-minute window. Why 10 minutes? Because after that, the transmitter starts hemorrhaging. Mitchell nodded. I almost died too. She nodded to the tank with the alien inside. It hurt him more than me, but only slightly. And we have reason to believe that our mileage could vary. Some will be more resistant. Others will be less. We don't yet know what Riley's tolerance will be, but 10 minutes is reasonable to assume. You're going to sacrifice her, Voronova whispered. Unfortunately, yes. Amelia felt suddenly weak in the knees. Her stomach was churning like she was about to be sick. Why do we even need to bother nuking them if your psychic weapon will kill them all anyway? It won't. It will kill some of them and stun the rest. We'll wound them badly, but after that, we'll still need to strike the killing blow. Amelia blinked, trying to follow the general's plan. Okay, then why only send one helicopter? Why not send 2 or 3? One to deliver the bomb, another to escape before it goes off. Of our original 10 minutes, by then there will most likely only be 5 left. That's not enough to get far enough away. It might be. What if the mothership itself shields us from the blast? General Davis inclined his head to that. We will attempt it, but... Major Voronova's eyes widened. They'll shoot the others down. I suspect so. They'll know which chopper contains the hostage, and they will eliminate the others before they even get close. Which is why we need the hostage, and Riley, and the nuke to all be on the same aircraft, and why we should assume it's the only one that will make it on board. Okay, then we wait until they're stunned to take off with the others. But Amelia understood why that wouldn't work even before she said it. 10 minutes is not enough time to get there. Amelia sighed. There is one other contingency. We'll provide parachutes. It's not much, but you might have a chance to jump out of the enemy ship before the bomb goes off. And if the mothership shields you as you suggested, then you might actually survive. Amelia blew out a shaky breath. Davis nodded. I know it's a lot to process. For what it's worth, I've already coordinated for 3 helicopters, a Chinook to carry the hostage and Riley Corwin, and the bomb, as well as 2 Apache for an escort and a full wing of fighters to escort you. They're all inbound, hot, as we speak. Amelia blinked. 3 helos and an entire wing. Why risk so many additional lives if we know that it won't work? We don't know anything yet. All we know is that we'll have a window of opportunity to attack them, and we need to use it. We'll also be targeting them with ground-based nukes, but all indications are that we won't have enough time to re-target them successfully, even if the target isn't actively maneuvering. So, we're stuck with a conventional show of force. And as a bonus, seeing that and knowing about it, Riley Corwin will believe that is our only play. Hit them with our biggest hammer if they refuse to play nice. The aliens connected to her might also buy that, in which case they won't seriously believe that we're using the Trojan horse strategy that General Anders already exposed. Voronova folded her arms. This might actually work. It had better work, Davis replied. Amelia felt her stomach knotting and unknotting, threatening to make her lose her proverbial lunch. Good thing she hadn't had a chance to eat one. Riley's parents will never agree to this. Not if they know it's a suicide mission, Davis agreed. Which is why they're not here right now. We'll give them a much more palatable explanation. Another realization hit Amelia just then. Who's your pilot? For the Chinook. I was hoping, not to presume of course, but that you might be willing to volunteer, Captain. If not, we will find someone else, don't worry. Amelia froze. Her blood ran ice cold, and she nearly threw up right then and there. Images of her old life flickered through her mind's eye, her fiancé back in Iowa, their apartment, the life they had almost built together before the bloom had struck, and her father down in Texas, her only surviving family. She had no contact with either of them since being sent to Offutt. Both of them were likely already gone, infected, turned to bloomers or else killed by them. The world of mundane domestic struggles and happy childhood memories was long gone. And even if they were, she might actually be able to save them before the invaders finished what the bloom had begun. If this mission worked, she might actually be instrumental in saving whatever was left of the human race. It would be an honor, sir, she said quietly. Good. Voronova nodded. I'll join her as co-pilot. The general smiled more genuinely behind his visor. Excellent. Your sacrifices will be remembered for generations to come. What about the implant? Voronova asked. I assume we're not telling her or her parents what it really does. No, we'll say that it prevents the enemy from taking direct control of her, Davis replied. Which is actually true. It shields the subject, giving them control of how much they yield to the enemy's signals, and how much they allow the other nodes to see. Voronova didn't break eye contact with the general. Her parents could easily veto all of this. Brain surgery. It's relatively non-invasive, General Davis interrupted. All the same, we'll also be sending their daughter into the literal belly of the beast. Yes, that is true. But under the circumstances, Davis said smoothly, I'm not asking for consent, only a token level of their understanding. We will absolutely be compelling their cooperation if necessary." Voronova folded her arms. "You still need a cover story. What are you going to tell her parents and Riley to explain all of this?" General Davis didn't blink. "Simple. We tell them the truth, or at least the part that's palatable for them to hear. Riley is the only lucid liaison we have that the enemy might trust. They already know Lieutenant Mitchell is compromised, and they know her neuro-signature. But we still need someone to act as our comm link with the enemy." Amelia frowned. "So Riley is going to be our translator." "Exactly," Davis said. "We'll tell her parents that she's needed to communicate during the handover of the hostage. Besides, the enemy actually chose Riley for that role themselves, unlike Paula and Mitchell, whose connection was accidental." Voronova wasn't convinced. "What if they ask why we're not releasing the hostage on neutral territory? A landing strip, an open field, something that doesn't put Riley in as much danger." Davis shrugged. "Tell them what happened during General Powell's negotiations at Offutt." "You know about that?" He nodded, through Mitchell, "Yes." Amelia grimaced. She remembered hearing about that on the flight over from Lincoln. The invaders had demanded the release of multiple lucid subjects. In exchange, they were offering a hostage of their own. But the negotiations had ended in an air strike that wiped out the entire base. She exhaled slowly, the logic of the general's plan slowly gelling in her brain. Voronova summarized. "So the official story is that Riley has to be there to communicate. And we're using the chopper to stay in control of the exchange and the negotiations for as long as possible in order to avoid another Offutt." "Precisely," Davis said. "It's plausible, it's strategic, and most importantly, it's believable." Amelia stiffened. "But we have to sacrifice an unwitting child in order to pull it off. We need a sacrificial lamb, one naive enough to sell the lie. Unfortunately, a child is uniquely suited to that purpose." Voronova shook her head. "The Corwins will never forgive you for this." "You'll be lucky if they don't kill you when they find out," Amelia added. General Davis sighed heavily. "If they had the chance, Captain, I'm certain that they would." Part 3. The Belly of the Beast. Chapter 40. The operating theater was bright enough to hurt Nate's eyes even through the observation window. He couldn't believe that he and Paula had agreed to this, though looking back now, he realized they hadn't been given much choice. Neither had Riley. The general had insisted upon it, and Lieutenant Mitchell had revealed that she had been the guinea pig, a fact which made Nate feel only slightly better. Now, Riley lay on the operating table beneath a glaring bank of surgical lights, her hair shaved in a big patch, where the neurosurgeon had marked her access point. She looked impossibly small lying down there on that slab, somehow smaller, even, than she had when she was Jonah's age. Nate pressed a hand to the glass as if to brace himself. In reality, he needed to close the gap between them, to make the distance less. They hadn't been allowed in the operating room, but they were allowed to watch from up here, in some kind of observation area. Paula stood beside him, gripping his arm, her nails digging in painfully. She didn't speak, and her eyes never left Riley. Jonah wasn't there. They didn't want to traumatize him, so they'd left him and Max with the Reeds in a nearby waiting area. Dr. Burton was down below in the operating theater, scrubbed in and masked, and standing by on the left side of Riley's table. He was monitoring vitals and EEG readings. Beside him worked Dr. Viola Cashiap, the complex's chief neurosurgeon, a compact, steel-spined woman who moved with quick, decisive movements, as if she had decades of experience, even though she didn't look more than 40 years old. Her voice carried through overhead speakers in calm, clipped instructions. Two attending surgeons stood flanking her, following her every command. She received some type of drill from one of them, then applied the incredibly thin silver tip to Riley's skull. Opening drill point now. A terrible, high-pitched squeal started up. Angle 5 degrees medial, advancing the microprobe 2 millimeters. Thin wires gleamed like strands of silver coiled neatly beside a black boxy device about 1.5 square inches large. That was the interface module they would mount to Riley's scalp. Nate swallowed hard. This is insane. We never should have agreed to let them do this. General Davis stood a pace behind them, his hands folded behind his back. Lieutenant Mitchell and Major Voronova stood on either side of him, their faces reflected in the window like ghosts. "We've done this before," Davis reminded them. "It's a minimally invasive procedure. 2 small ports drilled through the skull, just wide enough for the wires. Post-operative pain and recovery are minimal. It's ambulatory surgery. She'll be up and walking as soon as she wakes up. The risk is practically non-existent." Nate flicked a scowl over his shoulder. "It looks like brain surgery to me." "Because it is brain surgery," Paula muttered. Nate snorted. "Exactly, and you want us to believe that's not serious." The general sighed. Now, finally having stepped out of his hazmat suit, Nate saw that he was a handsome man. Tall, broad-shouldered and fit, with rugged features and thick, close-cropped blonde hair that wasn't even graying yet despite the fact that he was 51 years old. A soft rustle of movement drew Nate's eye to Lieutenant Mitchell, and his eyes met her eerily luminous gaze. She slowly lifted her patrol cap and turned her head to once again show a matching black device stuck to her scalp. It was the same interface module that Riley was about to get. "Try to remember, Mr. Corwin, your daughter is not the first. We do know what we're doing. It's the only way to prevent the enemy from taking control of your daughter, from using her against you and all of us. The interface lets us talk to them, but denies them the ability to use her like a puppet. As bad as it might be to subject her to brain surgery, knowing that the invaders could do literally anything to her, even make her kill you or herself, that is far worse." Mitchell's voice was steady, but her jaw trembled faintly as she spoke. Paula turned to her with a scowl. "You already convinced us when you came to us with that speech earlier, but don't expect us to like it. That's asking too much." Nate nodded his agreement and quietly turned back to the observation window. He forced himself to watch the entire procedure, even though he cringed through every second of it. He owed Riley that much. Dr. Kashyap inserted the first wire, her hand steady, then the second. The black device was placed gently atop her scalp, anchored with surgical adhesives and microsutures, so that they would have to literally cut it out of her scalp to remove it, assuming they ever even would. If this was the only thing keeping Riley safe from the enemy, how could they remove it? Dr. Burton called out Riley's vitals: blood pressure steady, heart rate steady, oxygen good, EEG readings registering burst suppression patterns consistent with deep sedation. Nate exhaled when the surgeons finally stepped back and put down their tools. "It's done," Dr. Kashyap announced over the speaker. The procedure was a complete success, initiating neural calibration now. Paula sagged against Nate, relief and terror mingling as she whispered, "Please, please let this work." Nate glanced back at Mitchell and the general. "How will we know if it doesn't work?" At that, the general's mouth twitched and his expression, which until now had seemed carved from stone, flickered. "It will work." Mitchell stepped back to stand with the officers. "Have faith, Mr. Corwin." "Have faith? That's not exactly what I want to hear right now." "We have no reason to believe the procedure won't work for Riley the same way it did for me," Mitchell replied. "You should be very proud of your daughter." Proud, yes, he was. Riley hadn't even hesitated to volunteer for the procedure once they'd explained the necessity of it. "I'll do anything to keep them out of my head." Nate was paraphrasing. She'd actually said it a lot more emphatically than that, and under the circumstances, he didn't blame her. The fact that she'd agreed to the procedure at all had actually given him hope. It meant that Riley was still Riley. After all, the aliens who'd abducted her and effectively hacked her brain wouldn't want them to undo all that hard work. But Nate was still scared for her. Even General Davis couldn't guarantee the procedure would work. So what if they just drilled holes in her skull for nothing? "Come, let's go to the waiting room," General Davis said. "We should go tell the others how it went and wait for Dr. Cashiap to bring us to the recovery room." "How long?" Paula asked as the general led them out. "Before she wakes up?" "Not long at all. We used a mild anesthetic. As I said before, the procedure is minimally invasive." "Good," Nate said. "We also need to discuss next steps for her and the rest of us here." "Next steps?" Nate demanded, turning to confront the general as soon as he left the observation room. "What do you mean by that?" Davis spread his hands. "You came to Cheyenne for a reason, didn't you? It wasn't just so that we could subject your daughter to an experimental treatment." Standing beside him, Major Voronova nodded. "We came looking for an alien hostage, because that's what the enemy told Riley they want from us." "Well, he's here, isn't he?" Paula demanded. "So that's it. Hand him over, seal the doors again, and hope for the best." General Davis smiled tightly. "Yes, but it matters how we hand over the hostage. We have a unique opportunity as long as we have him in our custody. We have something they want, and we need to use that to negotiate for our people. All the ones they infected, and the lucky ones who have escaped so far." "You want them to give you a cure," Paula realized. "That would go a long way," the general replied, nodding. "Yes, I believe that would be a fair trade. We release our prisoners and they release theirs. Unfortunately, in order to get that message across, we need a what is the word they use for the ones like you?" He looked to Mitchell. "Liaison. We need someone to communicate during negotiations." "So you do it." Mitchell smiled thinly at her. "I wish I could, but they don't trust me. Not after I collaborated with the ones who imprisoned and tortured the alien captive." Nate winced. "You want Riley to do it?" General Davis nodded. "I'm afraid we need her to do it. She's the only one who can." "What about me?" Paula asked. "I can do it." Mitchell slowly shook her head. "You're not connected to them. You can't even understand them anymore, can you? After your treatment." Paula's cheeks bulged, then quickly deflated again. "No, but if the treatment supposedly cured me, then what about my visions?" "Your connection is limited. I can contact you, and possibly even some of the other human liaisons, but not the invaders. And even if they could contact you, you would need someone to translate what they're saying. I'm afraid the general is right. It has to be Riley. Trust me, I wish I could do it instead." Nate's hands balled into fists. "That's why you insisted on this surgery, why you rushed her onto the operating table. Not because they're going to be here soon and they could turn her into some kind of psycho killer, but because you need her to represent your interests. You want to use her." At that, General Davis's forest green eyes narrowed and his expression hardened. They're not just our interests, Mr. Corwin. They're the interests of the entire human race. Be sure you keep that straight. Now come. We have much to do and much still to discuss, and I fear very little time left in which to do it. Chapter 41. Riley blinked awake slowly, her lashes fluttering against the harsh lights. She could feel something thick and numb around the left side of her head. A faint hum pulsed from it, buzzing through her in time with her breathing, but otherwise she didn't know it was there. She reached up tentatively with one hand and patted the device gingerly. It didn't hurt. Yet. Her mom sat beside her, gripping her hand. "Hey, sweetheart," she said. "You're awake." At that, her dad appeared on the other side of her. "Hey, kiddo," he said softly. Riley smiled and then winced as the muscles in her face tugged at her scalp. It wasn't pain that made her wince, but the reminder that it was there, and with it, a sick sense of having been somehow mutilated. She wanted to look at herself in the mirror, but at the same time, she really didn't. "Does it hurt?" her mom quickly asked, having noticed her expression. "No, just feels weird and kind of heavy, like if someone strapped a cell phone to my head." "That's actually not far off," Dr. Burton said from where he stood nearby, reviewing her medical chart. "How's your vision?" Riley shrugged. "It's fine, just talk quiet." "Headache?" "No, but I'm groggy, like I was up all night and haven't slept." General Davis and Major Voronova stepped into view, followed by the woman with glowing blue eyes, Lieutenant Mitchell. "Riley, we need to brief you about something important." "A mission, actually," Davis said, his gruff voice softer than usual. At that, her parents both stiffened. "A mission for me." Voronova nodded. She spoke next. "Remember what the enemy was looking for. An alien hostage. We found him here just as we thought we would. They gave us a timeline to deliver him, but now that we're here, and now that we've found him, they're likely to come investigate for themselves. They sent the Bloomers here to stop us, which means they're suspicious. We need to take control of the situation before they get here." The general nodded. "Rather than wait for them to come and break down the doors, we're going to deliver the hostage to them ourselves, via helicopter. We'll land right up inside their main hangar bay and make the exchange there. And we need you to help us negotiate and communicate to them our terms before we do that." Riley blinked sleepily at him. "Me? Why me?" "Because they chose you, Riley, for that very purpose. You are their chosen emissary. They trust you. And we also trust you, now that your mind and body are once again your own." Riley took a moment to absorb that, but she could see her parents weren't happy. "You're going to do this inside their ship. Are you insane? Why not deliver him down here on solid ground?" "Because the last time we tried that, it didn't go very well," Voronova said. "General Powell went to meet them on a landing strip at Offutt. He handed over the lucid ones we were treating on the base. As soon as they got what they wanted from us, they bombed the entire base into oblivion. As far as we know, the general, his adjunct, and the entire welcome party were all killed within the first few seconds of the attack. So what the hell makes you think things will go any differently this time?" her dad demanded. "They're not going to bomb us inside their own ship," General Davis pointed out. "Well, they could still shoot you down as soon as you leave. That's why we need to make sure the negotiations go well." "And Riley," Nate demanded. "She's in contact with them whether she's on the chopper or not, right? So why does she have to go at all?" "The device in her head limits the range of her link to them, But the more important reason is that she needs to have eyes on the captive the entire time, so that they know we have him, and that we are delivering him as promised, and that he remains alive and well. So she's going along, just to reassure the bastards that we're living up to our end of things. Effectively, yes. Again, what makes you think they won't just kill us as soon as they get what they want? They could, Major Voronova admitted. But this time, we have the advantage of preparation. We know where they will be before they arrive here. We have our entire nuclear arsenal targeted on this location, not to mention every fighter jet we could scramble. I think about 72 fighter jets, is that right, General? 117, to be exact, General Davis supplied. A mixed force. We also have B-2 nuclear bombers on their way. Voronova nodded. If things go sideways, we will hit them with everything we've got. Riley gaped at them. But we could be inside their ship when you do that. Or on your way out. The important thing to remember is it's just a threat. We won't make good on it if they stick to their end of the bargain. What do you want from them? Riley asked, her voice sounding small to her ears. General Davis inclined his head to her. A cure for the infection. We want them to put things right with our world, and then we want them to leave. And if they refuse? Davis smiled thinly. Then they die, just like they threatened us. You'll have time to evacuate their ship before the shooting starts, Voronova insisted. And get far enough away before you nuke them, Riley's dad demanded. Yes, General Davis said. ICBMs need at least 10 minutes to get there, and the B-2 bombers will be flying above the enemy. They've been instructed to drop their bombs in the center of the ship. It has a 15-mile diameter, and I imagine it will be hovering at least 10,000 feet up. You'll be perfectly sheltered from the blast. Doesn't sound safe to me, Riley's mom said. Our daughter will be in the middle of a war zone. Voronova sighed. Once again, our hope is that they will uphold their end of the bargain and leave peacefully. We have no desire to declare war on an interstellar species. We want nothing more than peace. At that, Riley's dad barked a humorless laugh. At what point have they shown any interest in peace? Silence reigned after that accusation. Riley's heart was pounding. She felt like people were deciding her fate without even asking her. They were talking about her as though she wasn't even in the room. Does anyone want to know what I think about this? She asked. Yes, of course, General Davis said. Please go ahead, Riley. I want to do it. What? Her mother sputtered. You can't, Riley. It's too dangerous. Forget these people. She gestured sharply toward the officers. They don't care if you live or die. You're a stranger to them. I'm not saying I want to do it for them, Riley said slowly. I want to do it for Mr. Reed. At that, her mom's expression crumpled and her eyes filled with tears, but Riley wasn't done. And also for the Ellisons, for all those soldiers who died at Camp Carhan, and at Offutt, for Corporal Rourke in Private Fields who lost their lives so we could escape. For, I don't know, just so many people, for everyone, I guess. If I can do something to help save them, I have to try. Then her mom broke down sobbing, draping herself over Riley like a blanket. Her dad came over and clasped her shoulder. He also looked like he wanted to cry, but there was something else in his eyes besides just sorrow. I'm proud of you, kiddo. She smiled tightly and nodded. Then her dad turned to regard the soldiers. Tell me the truth. Is that really your plan, or is something else going on? Davis spread his hands in a shrug. That's the entire plan. You have my word. All right, fine, he said, but I'm going with her. Voronova looked sharply to the general. That's He's her father, General Davis said simply, smiling and nodding. He is more than welcome to accompany the mission. Riley smiled too. She felt better already, knowing her dad would be there. Her mother looked up tearfully. Nate, you can't. I can't lose either of you, but I definitely can't lose both. That's why I'm going, he insisted, to make sure you don't lose us, either of us. Chapter 42. The rotors were still spinning down when the 3 helicopters touched down on the road, right outside the tunnel mouth of the Cheyenne Mountain complex. 2 AH-64 Apache in tight escort formation, bracketing a massive CH-47F Chinook painted in matte, tactical gray. Amelia stood beside Major Voronova, General Davis, and a ring of armed guards, all of them watching as the helicopters came down for a landing. The Chinook touched down lightly, its twin rotors thundering. Then the rear ramp came down, revealing a shock-mounted containment cradle inside. Even from where she stood, Amelia recognized the armored cylinder strapped to its base, the tactical nuclear device. There was a group of soldiers inside, carefully handling a large wooden crate. The bottom had been removed, she noticed. They were using it to conceal the device. If Riley Corwin saw it and understood what it was, this suicide mission would be over before it began. Amelia swallowed hard. It felt unreal, seeing the device that would kill her, and seeing the people who had prepared it working methodically to ensure it did exactly what it was supposed to do. General Davis waved her and Major Voronova forward, striding toward the ramp. He led them up inside and conferred briefly with an Air Force lieutenant who was clearly in charge of their precious nuclear cargo. The noise inside the chopper was deafening. Amelia hung back with Voronova, waiting for the general to explain. At last, he turned away and handed Voronova a black government-issue smartphone, a dated, flip-style model that looked like it belonged in a museum. He flipped it open now. "This is the remote detonator," Davis explained. "It has a hard-wired 5-minute fuse. All you have to do is press the call button. But do not trigger it until you're inside their hangar. We are nearly positive that their shields can repel any conventional attack we might muster, and if this detonates outside their ship..." He shook his head. And that, Amelia realized, was why they weren't relying on the conventional forces the general had mentioned to the Corwins. A whole squadron of B-2 nuclear bombers were headed this way, armed with more than a dozen additional nukes. Could their shields really withstand all of those bombs? Their Minuteman ICBMs scattered around the country were much more powerful, but 10 minutes wasn't nearly enough time to retarget and launch them. Voronova nodded grimly. "Understood, sir." Amelia checked her simple analog watch. Time was bleeding away faster than she'd expected. "How long until the deadline?" she asked. Voronova took out her personal smartphone. The countdown she'd been obsessively monitoring scrolled relentlessly downward. It showed 55 hours remaining of the original 72. "Plenty of time left, assuming they stick to it," the major muttered. A soldier jogged toward them, breathless. "General, you need to see this, sir." Davis followed him outside, with Amelia and Voronova close behind. Before they reached the ramp, they saw it, and all 3 of them slowed to a gradual stop. Amelia's breath caught, and the major gasped. Far beyond the top of the mountain, a familiar flattened ellipsoid was descending through a halo of clouds, its hull glowing and pulsing with rippling seams of blue light. Voronova's eyes narrowed. "I think our time's just run out." Davis lifted his radio. "Lieutenant Mitchell, bring the alien subject and the Corwins outside immediately. Hostiles inbound hot. We are wheels up in 5 minutes." He switched to a second channel. Alert all teams, initiating Operation Salvator. Repeat, initiating Salvator now. The Chinook's engines rumbled louder, rotors biting the air. Amelia felt the vibration in her bones. The moment they'd been preparing for, dreading, was no longer hypothetical. It was here, and she had a bad feeling none of them were ready for what was going to happen next. The double vault doors of the Cheyenne Mountain complex groaned open in tandem, their hydraulics hissing like something alive. Bright orange lights illuminated the tunnel as Nate and Paula stepped out, each of them supporting Riley between them. She insisted she was fine to walk on her own, but she was still groggy and slightly clumsy from the anesthesia. Riley walked stiffly, unsteady on her feet, wearing a soldier's Kevlar helmet and armor. The helmet was strapped over her bandages to hide the device underneath. The fewer people who knew about the black interface module attached to her skull, the better. The helmet looked too big on her and sat at an awkward, lopsided angle, like a child dressing up in her parents' gear. And she was a child. She shouldn't have had to do this. These people had no right to ask it of her. Nate's chest tightened with anger and a hard knot of resentment beneath his flak jacket. Why her? Why his daughter? It could have been someone else, anyone else. It wasn't fair. Life wasn't fair. Jonah trailed behind them with Max's leash wrapped tightly around his hand. Emily followed on crutches, pale but determined to show her support. Haley and Olivia flanked their mother protectively. She was infected, supposedly, but Davis's staff had cleared her, declaring her asymptomatic and not connected to the bloom. Yet another oddity. Her husband had succumbed to infection, and yet here was his wife, seemingly immune. Another maddening reminder that none of this made sense. But maybe in that was hope. If Emily was immune, maybe someday they could figure out why. Dr. Burton was last out, walking with a tablet tucked under one arm. He would be accompanying them in case Riley needed medical intervention during the flight. Sergeant Delaney and Private Hands waited outside in full MOPP gear, while Cheyenne personnel wore hazmat suits. Many of them were busy swarming around the wreckage of the container truck and the MRAP, dragging dead bloomers by their limbs and tossing them into the truck like garbage. Others sprayed down the infected blood on the asphalt with industrial disinfectants, the chemical fumes sharp even through Nate's mask. They stopped just beyond the doors. The tunnel outside was a scene of organized brutality. A line of armored transports and 2 Humvees waited. A corridor had been cleared through the wall of civilian vehicles the bloomers had driven here, leaving crumpled sedans, pickups, and minivans crushed against the walls. Jonah shuddered and pressed closer to Max. The dog whined low. Paula squeezed Riley's hand. "Are you sure you're ready for this? You can still say no, you don't have to go." Riley shook her head, her oversized helmet wobbling. "I have to. I need to, Mom. If I can make any difference at all, even if there's just a chance, I have to try. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't." Paula's eyes shone with tears, but she nodded shakily. Nate winced and let out a shaky sigh. "I'm proud of you, kiddo." Delaney gestured ahead, toward the far end of the tunnel with the guardhouse and the first set of blast doors. "There's the guest of honor now." A team of medical personnel in hazmat gear wheeled a massive cylindrical pod, glass and steel, humming with power, pipes snaking in from every direction. It looked like something from a sci-fi movie. The thick glass was frosted, making it hard to see what was inside, but Nate could still make out a large, unmistakably alien silhouette floating motionless in thick blue fluid. Riley blinked. Why's he in that thing? Cryopreservation tank, Dr. Burton said. He got sick, and they had to stabilize him. Riley nodded slowly. But he's alive, right? She looked around at everyone, then fixed her gaze on Dr. Burton. Nate understood. If they were delivering a dead hostage, the negotiations would go sideways fast. He's very much alive, Dr. Burton assured them. Good, Nate said. He wanted to ask more, but something held him back. Delaney snorted behind his mask. Alien bastards'll probably have him thawed and walking around before dinner. Nate wasn't so sure. Then again, a species that could cross interstellar space might handle thawing out a popsicle alien. Lieutenant Mitchell strode toward them from the waiting vehicles, raising a gloved hand. Corwins, General Davis needs you aboard the MRAP immediately. We are rolling out. Your helicopter has arrived. Paula pulled Nate aside before he could answer. Her voice trembled. Look after our daughter, Nate, please, and yourself. Make sure you come back to me. I'm begging you. Nate held her shoulders, fighting the urge to collapse into her embrace. We're coming back, I swear it. Paula nodded, tears spilling. Then she brushed Riley's cheek. You can do this. I know you can. I love you and I'm proud of you. Thanks, Mom. Me too. Love you, not proud. I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean. Paula smiled despite herself. Riley turned to Jonah and mussed his hair. Look after Max, Jonesy boy. Make sure he gets his walks. Jonah nodded quickly. I will. Delaney approached, wiping condensation from his visor. We have to go, Corwins. No more time, I'm sorry. This way. Nate hugged his son quickly, patted Max, then turned and kissed Paula, roughly, desperately. Soldiers pulled them apart before they could linger. Remember what you promised me, Paula called. I will. Delaney and Private Hands climbed into the MRAP with them, along with Dr. Burton. Nate's eyebrows rose. You're coming with us. Delaney grinned behind his mask. We volunteered. Private Hands nodded stiffly. Why? Added security. Someone has to watch your back when we're aboard that alien ship. Nate barked a humorless laugh. 2 army soldiers against, what, a few million aliens. Sounds like a fair fight, Delaney replied. Besides, we've got Rambo himself, Nathaniel Corwin. Nate scowled. I don't even have a gun. Right, we should fix that. Delaney snapped toward a soldier guarding the vault doors. You there, specialist? The soldier stiffened. Sir. Do sir me, I work for a living, get over here. Copy. The specialist jogged over. Give this man your carbine, your sidearm and spare mags. Sir, I mean sergeant, is that why? Quickly, double time. The soldier flinched and began stripping gear. Nate awkwardly accepted the M4, the holstered pistol and belt, and handfuls of magazines he tucked into pockets on his vest. Delaney thanked him, then shut and locked the back doors. Much better. Nate frowned. If you say so. Oh, I do. Maybe you can save my ass this time. Then his radio crackled. Excalibur, get to staging point Alpha immediately. Mothership inbound. Wheels up in 5. Another voice chimed in. Excalibur 1, we have Echo Tango locked and loaded. Rolling now. From the front of the MRAP, someone keyed their own radio. Excalibur 2 is Oscar Mike, en route to Point Alpha. Nate recognized the voice, Corporal Rains, fitting that he'd be their driver. The engine roared, and they rumbled down the tunnel. Orange lights flickered past the windows. Delaney settled back, knees knocking with the transport's motion. Don't look so glum, Corwins. We are Excalibur. the chosen ones, a band of freakin' superheroes going to save the world. Nate exhaled. Superheroes who are relying on peaceful negotiations with a hostile alien species to save the world. Riley stiffened beside him, and Nate instantly regretted the words. It reminded him of the day she asked if Santa Claus was real, and stressed and distracted. He'd told her the truth without thinking. He'd never forget her face. Sometimes a comforting lie is better than a brutal truth. But not today. Nate swallowed thickly. No Santa Claus, no superheroes, just them and maybe. He glanced upward. God help us all. Delaney's smile faded behind his mask. He scratched his head through the hood. Look, it's a long shot, I agree. But sometimes all you can do is take that shot, close your eyes and pray. Nate nodded, then stared through the windshield. A bright white circle appeared ahead, the tunnel entrance glowing like daylight. The proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, he wondered. Wasn't that what people saw when they died? He hoped it wasn't an omen. Riley found his hand and squeezed it. Dad, she whispered. Sup, Riles? Is it okay to be scared? Nate managed a crooked smile. It's definitely okay. It means you're human, and under the circumstances, that's really encouraging, don't you think? She nodded, her voice came smaller still. Are you scared? He exhaled. Yeah, Riley, I am. I guess we're both human then. Nate snorted. Yeah, I guess we are. And then the MRAP shifted gears and lurched forward, carrying them out into the blinding light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 43. As soon as the MRAP rumbled out, Riley stiffened beside Nate, gasping as she clutched her helmet with both hands. Riley, Nate reached for her. Are you okay? Her breath hitched. They're speaking to me again. She winced, like a migraine was splitting her skull. They're angry, demanding that we hand the hostage over now. I'm telling them we're already doing that. I'm trying to calm them down. Nate exchanged a worried look with Delaney. They roared across a short stretch of roadway toward not one, but 3 helicopters waiting where the road widened out and forked toward several buildings. Nate glimpsed the sign for a subway. Suddenly, a deep shadow passed over everything, sliding across the pavement like a spreading stain. Is that? Nate looked up at the ceiling of the transport, but the armored roof blocked his view. Riley nodded. It's them. The MRAP screeched to a halt beside the helipad, where General Davis and a cluster of armed guards already stood waiting with weapons drawn. Their heads tipped back as they tracked something overhead. That's our cue, Delaney shouted. Move, move, double time. He threw open the doors and they all piled out. The ground trembled beneath their boots. Then came a deep, earth-shattering thrum that made Nate's heart skip and stole his breath. He gasped and clutched his chest. Feels like a gut punch, doesn't it? Delaney shouted as they jogged toward the open ramp at the back of the Chinook. Exactly, Nate managed, though he wasn't sure Delaney heard him. He grabbed Riley's arm to support her as they ran up the ramp. Right on their heels, 6 hazmat-suited soldiers came racing in and rolled the alien hostages cryo-pod up into the chopper. Frost still clung to the glass. Vitals blinked in green pulses across a panel on the side. Nate wondered what the panel could possibly be measuring if the subject was frozen. Not heart rate or EEG, but something alien. Once again, Nate stared at the blurry shape inside. Incredibly tall, long-limbed. Fragile-looking compared to the live one he'd seen at the Ellisons' farm in Nebraska. That one had grabbed her in one hand and bitten off her head like a piece of jerky. Nate shuddered hard. A roar of engines made him look away from the pod. It sounded like an entire convoy of trucks, but he didn't see anything coming out of the tunnel, which the ramp faced. Infected inbound, someone outside shouted. "Let's go, move, move, move," General Davis roared. The hazmat soldiers finished securing the pod and hustled back down the ramp. Moments later, the ramp began to lift. The rotors thundered louder, and bullets began pinging uselessly against the hull, followed by the sharper, closer crack of return fire. The moment Riley, Nate, and the others disappeared toward the helipad, everything around Paula shifted. Soldiers shouted orders. Boots thundered across concrete. Lieutenant Mitchell and all the hazmat-suited soldiers streamed back toward the open vault doors. Mitchell waved urgently to Paula, Jonah, and Emily and her two girls. "Inside, move, move," she barked. Paula tightened her grip on Jonah. "Why, what's happening?" "Hostile forces inbound, ma'am," the lieutenant said as she ushered them quickly through the doors. Her voice was muffled behind her mask. "Infected military and civilian personnel, a whole convoy, practically a battalion." Paula blinked. "That doesn't sound friendly. What about Nate and Riley? Are they going to make it to the helicopters in time?" "Yes, ma'am. Windows tight, but they'll make it." "I thought we were supposed to be negotiating with them." Mitchell shook her head as soldiers distributed protective eyewear. "No one's negotiated anything yet, ma'am." Behind them, the vault door began groaning shut. Emily limped farther inside on her crutches, breathing tight. Haley and Olivia clung to her sides, wide-eyed, while soldiers helped them put on the tinted glasses. Paula glanced back down the tunnel, through the narrowing gap, just in time to see a convoy of Humvees and troop carriers screech into view. The soldiers around her snapped to readiness, rifles raised. Mitchell's radio crackled with a familiar voice, friendly. "Hold the doors." A split second before Humvee doors flew open and soldiers rushed out. A tall, broad-shouldered man with 4 glinting silver stars led the charge. "You heard the general," Mitchell shouted. The vault door paused, standing halfway open. Soldiers poured through the gap. Then came the rumble of more vehicles. "Incoming," someone shouted. "Hold the line," General Davis roared as his men scurried inside. About a dozen turned and dropped into firing positions to cover the retreat. Gunfire rattled out, pink mist burst from armor, several soldiers fell. Paula froze, heart hammering. She yanked Jonah behind her legs to shield him from stray bullets. "General, what's going on? Where is my family?" Davis didn't turn. "Already in the air, ma'am. Seal the blast doors." But Paula's voice caught as she saw 8 soldiers still standing outside, covering them. "What about your men?" she shouted. "You're locking them out." Davis slowly turned, his expression cold. "Their sacrifices will be remembered." The words chilled her more than the icy air in the tunnel. Before she could speak again, the outer door finished groaning shut with a massive thud. Locking bolts slammed home with metallic thunder. The sound echoed through Paula's bones. And an unsettling thought wormed its way into her mind. If Davis was willing to sacrifice his own men without hesitation, how easily would he sacrifice her family? Riley and Nate, not to mention Delaney and Hans. Paula swallowed hard. "General," she said, stepping closer as the decontamination sprays hissed on. "What happens when our helicopter comes back? Are you going to open those doors again?" Davis waved a hand dismissively. By then we'll have a ceasefire in place. Of course we'll open the doors. Paula glared at him behind her tinted glasses. There was no sincerity in his tone. He was just telling her what she wanted to hear. Emily shifted on her crutches, glancing back at them. Her two girls pressed close. All three looked terrified. Paula met her gaze and gave a slight shake of her head. Apprehension passed between them like an electrical charge. Chapter 44. A blur of motion flickered through the side windows as the two smaller attack helicopters lifted off on either side of them, their rotors screaming. Their rotary cannons opened up almost immediately, sending streams of tracer fire into the incoming enemy convoy. Nate pulled Riley aside to a line of jump seats in the wall of the chopper. "We need to buckle in," he said. Explosions boomed distantly just as the massive helicopter lurched into the air. It nearly sent them sprawling before they could reach their seats. Nate busied himself with Riley's harness first, making sure she was secure. Delaney and Hans came running over, seemingly able to balance just fine on the sloping deck of the chopper. They landed in the seats beside them, but didn't bother buckling in. Not reassured by that, Nate tightened Riley's straps again before reaching for his own. Inside, everything rattled. Riley grabbed the loop of a red handhold dangling above her head and held on, her eyes wide. Nate grabbed his own handhold, his stomach dropping as the aircraft rose rapidly. Delaney pointed to headsets dangling above their heads, even as he put one of them on over the hood of his suit. Nate put his on, and immediately the deafening roar of the rotors abated to a more tolerable rumbling. "Testing, testing," Nate said as he adjusted the mic in front of his mouth. He heard his own voice repeated smoothly back to him through the headset. "Loud and clear, Corwin," Delaney replied. And then he shot to his feet and grabbed a bulky pack strapped to the wall, passing it back to Nate. Hans strode over with another for Riley. Dr. Burton appeared, rushing in quickly from the rear, then stopping to grip the wall as the chopper bucked. "Don't leave me out," he said, snatching another pack from the rack. He shrugged it on with frantic determination and then dropped into the seat beside Riley. Nate was staring at his bag like it was a bomb. "Parachutes," Delaney explained. "Looks like we each got one," he added as he went back to grab another for himself. Riley blinked at him, now also wearing a headset. "Why would we need parachutes?" "In case we gotta bail out." Delaney slung his on and tightened the straps. "Once you're clear, pull the rip cord," he illustrated by tugging gently on it. Nate frowned at the pack in his lap and slowly shook his head, not liking where this conversation was going. "I thought we're flying out." "That's the plan," Delaney replied. "But no plan survives contact with the enemy. This is our contingency." Nate grimaced and listened carefully as the sergeant walked him and Riley through the steps to deploy the chutes, and how to land without breaking their legs. "You got it?" Delaney asked. Riley nodded shakily and unbuckled her harness to put the parachute on. She clung to the handhold for balance, while Private Hans helped her tighten the straps. "All good?" he asked. Riley gave 2 thumbs up in lieu of a reply. A sudden flicker of movement passed through the windows on the other side of the chopper, along with a cracking roar as 2 jet fighters streaked by the Chinook, flying so close it felt like Nate could reach out and touch them. Their wings gleamed darkly in the faux dusk that had settled over the mountain. "Hooah, F-35s," Delaney said. "Our second escort has arrived." Nate nodded as he stood to strap on his own parachute. Delaney helped him tighten the straps. Riley gasped and pressed a hand to her helmet again. Her knees went soft, and she sat back down. "Riley," Nate caught her elbow. "What's wrong?" "They're yelling at me," she said, her voice trembling. "They're saying we have to land. Now, right now. They're not going to let us board them. They're saying something about a bomb on board our helicopter." Nate's blood turned to ice. He crouched in front of her. "A bomb on board with us. Are you sure?" Riley nodded, her face as pale as a sheet. "That's what they're saying." Nate stood abruptly. "Stay here with Delaney. I need to go to the cockpit." "Corwin," Delaney called after him, but he ignored it. Something felt very wrong. He moved swiftly toward the cockpit, passing the alien's cryopod, and then something else he hadn't noticed until now. A large wooden crate bolted down. Too bulky, too out of place. Nate braced himself on the bathroom door as the helicopter banked hard left. He knocked sharply on the cockpit door. "Who is it?" Major Voronova asked, her voice now coming clearly through his headset. "Nate Corwin," he shouted, before realizing he didn't need to shout at all. He tried the handle. It turned, not locked. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, one hand on the carbine Delaney had given him. Voronova sat strapped in the co-pilot's seat beside Captain Hunter. Both turned as he entered, their faces hidden behind tinted visors. Hunter looked away without comment, but Voronova stared. "What are you doing in here, Corwin?" Nate stepped in just far enough to brace against the bulkhead and angled the rifle loosely but unmistakably in her direction. "Is there a bomb on this aircraft?" Voronova stiffened, her helmet dipping toward the weapon. "What makes you ask?" "Because the aliens told Riley," Nate snapped. "They know there's a bomb on this helicopter. That's the real plan, isn't it? We're not here to negotiate. We're landing inside their ship to detonate a nuke. This is a suicide mission." For a long moment, Voronova said nothing. But outside the canopy, the sky erupted. Dozens of dark, dart-shaped alien fighters streamed out of the mothership's hangar like hornets. They opened fire immediately on the escorting fighter jets, white lances of energy slicing through the air. Friendly jets dodged and retaliated with missiles. The aliens replied with glowing red spheres. An F-16 exploded as one of the alien shots hit. Friendly missiles converged on an alien fighter, detonating in a flare of white. And did nothing. The two Apache surged ahead of the Chinook, firing cannons and rockets. One Apache took a direct hit, twin spears of light punching through its core. The chopper detonated in a violent fireball, rocking the Chinook, forcing Hunter to veer sharply away. The second Apache dove, trying to evade, but enemy missiles converged from above. Another fireball bloomed, the shockwave rumbling through the Chinook's floor. "We've just lost our escort," Hunter shouted. Voronova didn't flinch. She turned back to Nate with cold eyes. "This is not the time for this conversation, Corwin. Later will be too late." Without addressing his accusation, she said, "Sergeant, commence Protocol Vanta." "Copy that," Delaney replied over the headset. Nate didn't understand. Then Riley screamed. A raw, tearing sound that hit harder through the headset. Nate froze. Out the windshield, every alien fighter abruptly froze in mid-maneuver, drifting in straight lines. Friendly jets cut them down with missiles and guns. Fireballs erupted across the sky. Nate barely registered it. He sprinted out of the cockpit. Riley lay curled on the floor, hands clawing at her helmet, trying desperately to rip it off. Delaney removed her headset to muffle the sound, but she kept screaming. Nate fell to his knees beside her. "Riley, I'm here." She didn't hear him. He looked at the window, at the sky full of dying enemy fighters, and finally understood. They were using his daughter. The bottom dropped out of his world. He stood and marched back to the cockpit, raising the carbine, flipping the selector to semi-auto, aiming squarely at Major Voranova's head. "Whatever you're doing to her," Nate said, voice shaking with fury, "stop it now or I swear I'll shoot you." Hunter whipped her head toward him. Voronova raised her hand slowly. "Stand down, Mr. Corwin." "The hell I will." "Listen to me," she said coldly. "Whatever pain Riley is experiencing will be worth it. She is saving the entire human race. You do not want to interfere." "You're asking me to sacrifice her." His voice cracked. "I made a promise to my wife. You knew we weren't coming back." Hunter shook her head. "Not just you." Click. A rifle muzzle pressed against the back of his skull. Delaney's voice came over the headset, low and full of regret. "Lower your weapon, Corwin." Nate trembled, rage and terror roiling inside him, Riley's screams still echoing in his ears. Chapter 45. The cold muzzle against the back of Nate's skull didn't waver. "Lower it, Corwin," Delaney insisted, his voice quiet, steady, almost gentle in Nate's ears. His finger hovered over the trigger, hesitating. Riley's agonized screams still hammered distantly through his headset, and the thumping rotors, proof of how loudly she was screaming. But somehow it sounded fainter now, and he wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Each agonized cry cut deeper than the last. Rage knotted his muscles, but reason held him tethered. Barely. If he started shooting here in the cockpit, he could cause them to crash, and then Riley would die anyway. Somehow, he needed to talk them down from this monstrous plan, or find a way to safely remove the device they'd implanted in Riley's head. Slowly, teeth clenched, Nate lowered his carbine. The weapon sagged in his hands before he let it hang by the strap. "Good man," Delaney murmured, lowering his rifle too. Nate shook his head. "So you lied. You brought her here not as a negotiator, but as a weapon. And whatever you're doing, it's hurting her. She's screaming her lungs out back there." "Dr. Burton is busy administering a painkiller as we speak," Delaney said. Nate glanced over his shoulder and saw, relief slamming through him, that Delaney was telling the truth. That must be why Riley's screams were getting softer. But Nate wasn't satisfied. Riley's pain was only part of the problem. He glared hatefully at Voronova, fury simmering like poison in his veins. Dosing hospice patients with morphine doesn't change the fact that they're about to die. "No, but it does make the transition easier," Voronova replied. "You could have told us," he said through his teeth. "You could have warned her, at least given Riley a chance to offer her life willingly, and given my wife and me a chance to process this, to say a proper goodbye." Voronova didn't look away. "If we had told you, and especially Riley, the enemy would have realized she was the real threat and taken steps to shield themselves. We had to take them by surprise. It was the only way. And don't forget, we're going to save millions, maybe even billions. If we can do that through one person's suffering, no matter how terrible that is, you have to agree, it's still worth it." Nate shook his head. He had nothing to say to that, but he still hated her, hated this, hated them. He raged impotently against what they were doing, against the way he and Riley had both been tricked into laying down their lives for the common good. "Remember, Mr. Corwin, You're not the only ones who are about to die here, Voronova said quietly. Maybe not, but each of you had a chance to volunteer, didn't you? We didn't. Would you have done anything differently if you'd known? Something tells me your daughter still would have insisted on joining our mission, and you would have insisted on going with her. Whether Riley would have let you, that's another matter. Delaney stepped into Nate's field of view and patted the parachute on his back. Look, Corwin, we're not out of cards. These aren't just for decoration. He gestured to Nate's parachute. We still have a chance to escape. Soon as we land inside, that bomb is on a 5-minute timer. That's enough time to jump and deploy. Enough to get clear before the bomb goes off. Nate let out a hollow laugh. 5 minutes to outrun a nuclear blast. What do you take me for, an idiot? Not outrun, Delaney corrected. We'll be in free fall from a high altitude. We'll get about Captain. They're at Angels 15, Hunter said. You do the math. Delaney's brow furrowed behind his mask. What is that? Nate asked. 15,000 feet, Hunter replied. Got it. Nate's science teacher brain did the calculations. That's about 3 miles. Still well within the blast radius of any nuke, no matter how small. And we have to leave a margin to deploy our chutes. Even if the fireball doesn't vaporize us, the radiation will cook us like lobsters. Our skin will melt off our bones. Not necessarily, Voronova said. She straightened in her seat. The alien ship's hull and shielding are incredibly strong. We believe they might be strong enough to contain the blast. Imagine putting vinegar and baking soda in a soda bottle and screwing the cap on. It won't explode because it's too strong. That depends how much liquid is inside. Air compresses. Exactly. And what do you think is in the hollow spaces of their ship? Air. We'll cook them like lobsters in their shell. But that doesn't automatically mean the shell breaks. Nate ignored the metaphor. You're guessing. You don't have the data. Hunter nodded. You're right. But you and Riley have a chance, Mr. Corwin. And that's one better than the Major and I. Someone has to stay behind to make sure the bomb goes off. For the first time since entering the cockpit, Nate's fury shifted, a flicker of something else lighting inside him. You're seriously not going to bail out with us? He asked. Won't the bomb go off on its own? Voronova shook her head. And if it fails, or they intervene, what if we need to defend the chopper, or stop them from ejecting us from the hangar? There are too many unknowns. We need to be manning the cockpit. Nate swallowed hard. Riley's screams had faded completely now, and that worried him more than the screaming. In that case, he whispered, good luck. Voronova's helmet dipped slightly. ETA 2 minutes to the hangar, Hunter said. Nate didn't need to be told. The glaring white rectangle of the hangar bay filled the horizon, with conduits, pylons, and massive claw-like structures coming into faint view. Voronova twisted back to the fore. Good. How much time do we have left on the clock? 6 minutes of the original 10. It's going to be close. We'll need to extend the Vanta protocol by a minute or two. Nate wanted to ask questions, but time was almost up, and Riley had gone disturbingly quiet. He turned and sprinted back into the cargo bay. As he left, he heard Voronova mutter, I thought you locked the door. Hunter sighed. Sorry, ma'am, I forgot. Almost doomed the human race for one man's paternal instincts, Voronova murmured. He glanced back and saw her shutting the door behind him, and locking it this time. He wouldn't get back inside again. But that didn't matter. His path had never been clearer. Paula was counting on him. Riley was counting on him. All he had to do was skydive out of an alien spaceship and escape a nuclear blast. No sweat. Paula stood stiffly at a bank of security monitors in the ops center, where she'd met General Davis. The grainy camera feeds showed the tunnel beyond the vault doors, surviving soldiers in hazmat suits taking cover behind wrecked vehicles, firing desperately into a sea of infected personnel swarming toward them. Emily hovered to her left, gripping her crutches so hard her knuckles whitened. Her girls huddled beside her. Jonah stood on Paula's right, holding her hand so tight it had gone numb. His eyes were wide, but he said nothing. General Davis stood before the monitors, posture rigid as the last of his men fell to clawing hands and snapping jaws. Lieutenant Mitchell watched silently from one side, jaw tense. The cameras panned to lucid infected soldiers unloading heavy weapons, grenade launchers, sniper rifles, shoulder-fired missiles. A muffled boom echoed through the mountain, and drywall dust rained from the ceiling. Emily flinched. Are they going to blow the doors open? They'll fail, Davis said. The blast doors are 3.5 feet thick, built to survive a 30-megaton detonation. Stinger missiles and RPGs won't scratch them. Another explosion trembled through the facility. Mitchell frowned. Sir, why aren't they affected by the Vanta protocol? If the jamming signal is strong enough to incapacitate the ones on the mothership, shouldn't it hit the lucid ones here too? Paula's head snapped toward her. Jamming signal. Davis waved dismissively. We're deep under a mountain. The tunnel is a mile long. Too much rock for the signal to penetrate. That's why we brought the hostage here. Bloom signals can't get through Cheyenne Mountain. That includes Protocol Vanta. He tapped a button. The screens switched from tunnel feeds to the mothership, alien fighters being swarmed by F-16s, F-15s, F-22s, F-35s. The alien fighters were exploding under missile hits. Others spiraled down, burning. Paula swallowed hard. Is someone going to explain what's going on? What jamming signal? What is Protocol Vanta? I thought we were going to negotiate. That looks like a war. And where is my family in all of this? Specialist, Davis said, find Excalibur. The technician manipulated a joystick, pivoting a camera mounted on the mountaintop. It centered on the glowing blue-white hangar bay of the mothership. The camera zoomed, and Paula saw a massive gray dual-rotor helicopter silhouetted against the glare. Her breath left her. That's them. Yes, ma'am. But they're still headed in. Why? If you're shooting down their fighters, how can you negotiate anything? We're giving them one hostage, but killing how many of their pilots? The general went very still. Slowly, he turned toward her. His forest green eyes were cold, but his expression softened, just barely. A horrible suspicion twisted in Paula's gut. Mitchell's expression turned apologetic. She looked to Davis. You may as well tell her. She deserves to know. Deserve to know what? Emily stared wide-eyed. Mom, Jonah whispered, tugging her sleeve. What's going on? Davis exhaled slowly. Mrs. Corwin, you must understand this decision wasn't made lightly. Paula's heart slammed against her ribs. Her knees buckled. She grabbed the technician's chair to stay upright. What decision? Your daughter and your husband will be remembered for generations. Their sacrifice will echo through the ages. We are all in their debt. The floor tilted. Paula collapsed, sobbing. Mom, Jonah fell beside her, shaking her shoulders. Mom, what's wrong? Emily blanched. General, what sacrifice? What's happening up there? Paula couldn't answer. Grief crushed her breath, her vision tunneled. They weren't negotiating. They weren't exchanging hostages. They weren't offering peace. It had all been a lie. They were using Riley, using her as bait, as a weapon. General Davis began explaining, his voice soft and measured, describing horrors with the calm of a surgeon reading lab results. Paula barely heard him over her choked sobs, growing louder with each word. Outside, the vault doors trembled as the lucid ones hurled rockets and high-velocity rounds, but none of it mattered. They were safe. But high above, in the bowels of the alien ship, her daughter and her husband were about to die. Chapter 46. The pain was endless. A universe made of knives, all of them stabbing inside her skull. Riley screamed without ceasing, but her voice was hoarse and weak, and even she couldn't hear the sound anymore over the blazing inferno inside her skull. She couldn't see and could barely hear. Something was boring through her brain, pulling on the nerves behind her eyes and in her ears, stretching them to the point of breaking. Tears spilled hotly down her cheeks. She lifted trembling fingers and felt the wetness. Sticky. Was that blood? Her vision went from blazing white to pink with blotches of crimson. She blinked and saw only streaks of red. Definitely blood. She touched her ringing, aching ears and felt the same sticky trails there, too. The stab of the knives inside her head drew fresh rivulets that trickled hotly down her cheeks and the corners of her jaw. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't. "Riley, stay with me," someone said. He sounded so far away. Then she felt him shaking her. Her helmet fell away. "If you remove it now, you'll kill her," someone else said. "I have to do something." "Then wait, it's almost over." And then whoever it was placed his hand ever so gently on top of her head, and Riley knew it was her dad. He used to do that when she was younger and he'd creep into her room late at night to check on her. Dee explained it once. She'd been born prematurely, and she'd been in an incubator for weeks, getting treatments. When the nurses allowed him in to spend time with her, he was permitted to reach inside the incubator to make contact while she slept, but he hadn't known what to do. So he would place his hand, ever so gently, on top of her head, and leave it there while he watched her sleep. So now, even though she couldn't see the person beside her and could barely hear his voice, she knew it had to be her dad. He was there, right there with her, just like he used to be when she was in that incubator fighting for her life. She tried to turn toward him, but the pain arced down her spine, blinding and absolute. "Hold her still," someone shouted. "I am holding her," the one who must have been her dad yelled back. Riley felt a pinch as something was injected into her arm yet again. The pain abated once more, but only slightly. She whimpered, her vision swimming in a whirlpool of red streaks that were quickly dimming to black. Another convulsion racked her. She tasted copper, blood. "Am I dying?" she screamed inside her head. She wasn't sure if she'd said it out loud, wasn't sure if she could speak at all. Darkness lapped at the edges of her vision, a rising tide threatening to pull her under. But the raw agony stabbing through her brain and body kept her conscious. She wanted to pass out, wanted to stop feeling, wanted to stop existing. But the hateful device in her skull wouldn't let her, and neither would the bloom, which screamed unintelligibly inside her head with the sound of millions of overlapping voices. Nate was beyond panic now. He was running on pure terror, white-hot and animalistic. He had Riley's head cradled in his lap, but she didn't seem like she could hear him. Her eyes and ears were leaking blood, and now also her nose, even her lips, which were gaping open in a now silent scream. Her eyes were wide open but unseeing, and striated with broken blood vessels. Nate jerked his carbine up and aimed it squarely at Delaney's chest. "Turn IT off. Turn IT off right now." Delaney took a slow step closer, his palms raised. "Corwin, Nate, listen to me. I know you're scared." "She's dying," Nate screamed. Delaney swallowed hard. "We're almost there. 5 more minutes, Corwin. That's all she has to endure. Just 5 minutes and we'll end them and your daughter's pain. I swear it." Hunter's voice crackled through Nate's headset. "Brace for landing. We're coming in hot." Through the Chinook's side windows, Nate saw it. The alien hangar yawning around them, big enough to house several football stadiums. Enemy soldiers and pilots lay scattered across the deck like fallen wasps, twitching, convulsing. Protocol Vanta was working. It was doing to them exactly the same thing it was doing to Riley. Her pain was their pain, and theirs was hers. The Chinook slammed down with a heavy boom and skidded lightly on its wheels. The back ramp began lowering before they had even fully stopped moving. The noise from the rotors abated slightly. "Time to go, Corwin." Delaney barked even as he and Private Hands snapped into action, aiming their weapons out the back. Nate scooped Riley into his arms, his back spasming and arms shaking under the combined weight of her body and the parachute on her back. She stirred weakly, barely conscious now and whispering nonsense, her face slick and streaked with blood. Dr. Burton lingered beside them, wringing his hands, his eyes darting like a caged mouse. The ramp thudded as it hit the enemy deck, revealing the alien hangar in full, and a massive, gaping hole full of clouds, maybe 100 feet away. Huge, curving black walls with pulsing blue seams soared overhead. The ceiling was lined with those empty docking cradles he'd seen from outside. Here and there, enemy soldiers lay jerking and convulsing on the deck. Nate's headset crackled with Major Voranova's voice. 5 minutes starting now. Sergeant, get everyone out. Go, go, go." "Copy that," Delaney yelled back. Private Hands fired controlled bursts at enemy soldiers struggling to push themselves back up. Delaney joined in, but none of their bullets made it through the alien armor. "Move, move, move," Delaney shouted. Nate staggered behind them on shaking legs, his arms burning, heart slamming, his entire body soaked in adrenaline. Dr. Burton sprinted ahead, adjusting the straps on his parachute frantically. "Run faster," he screamed as he shot past Delaney and Hands, who exited cautiously, still firing and checking their flanks as they descended the ramp. Despite their caution, the doctor's panic spurred them to move faster, breaking into a light sprint. Nate flew down the ramp after them, racing across the open deck toward the yawning hangar opening, a huge empty void dropping into open sky. Behind them, the Chinook's ramp started groaning shut, sealing Major Voronova and Captain Hunter inside with the nuke. A flicker of motion caught Nate's eye. One alien soldier staggered upright and lifted a trembling arm. A white-hot beam of energy ripped across the hangar and hit Delaney square in the back. He screamed and collapsed, his armor glowing with a molten hole the size of a golf ball. "DLANEY," Nate shouted, veering instinctively. He lurched toward the sergeant, but Riley convulsed in his arms, throwing off his balance. He couldn't carry both. Dr. Burton didn't even look back. He ran faster and jumped right out. Private Hands spun, firing on the alien, but bullets pinged harmlessly off. Hands snarled, switched to his underbarrel grenade launcher and fired. The explosion sent alien limbs flying. Nate hesitated, torn in two. Delaney managed to raise his head, lips slick with blood. "Just go," he rasped. "Get out of here, Corwin." "Hands, help him," Nate shouted as the private rushed to Delaney's side. But Delaney shoved him away. "Help the Corwins. Go, take the jammer's remote." Hands nodded, accepting a small black object from the sergeant. He turned and hurled it toward Nate. "Catch!" Nate dropped to one knee so he could free a hand to snatch it before it flew past him. He barely caught it, then looked down at the compact radio-like handset. 6 buttons. "How do I turn it off?" Nate screamed. "Red button. That says hot." "That's it, but not yet," Delaney warned. "Wait until you're clear and the bomb goes off. You hear me? You need to wait." Nate reluctantly pocketed the remote, swallowed his grief and fear for Riley, who was still moaning and twitching in his arms. He forced himself upright, his legs shaking violently, and ran. Hands tried to drag Delaney toward the exit, but the sergeant shoved him off again. "Too late for me. Cover them, Private. That's an order." Hands sprinted after Nate, firing backward as another alien recovered enough to lift its weapon. Nate pushed harder. The edge of the hangar was right there, barely 10 feet. He didn't see the next shot, but he felt it. Fiery agony tore through his lower right side. He gasped, stumbled, and crashed to the deck. Riley flew from his arms as he rolled across the metal floor. The jamming controller skittered from his pocket. "No," Nate clawed at the deck, dragging himself toward Riley, who lay gasping and twitching just feet from the open sky. His wound pulsed with molten pain, making it nearly impossible to stand. So he crawled. He reached her, grabbed her arm, and hauled her across his shoulders, step by step, dragging her toward the edge. Hands laid down covering fire. "Go, go, go." Nate's vision blurred. His breath came in fiery gasps. He dragged Riley another foot, and another. Time was running out. With a final surge of will, he wrapped both arms around his daughter. Pain detonated in his side as he straightened, lifting her against him. Somehow, he staggered toward the edge and hurled them both into the open sky. They fell together, hurtling through air toward clouds and earth far below. Private Hands flashed past them, diving like a bullet to increase his fall rate. Nate felt him and Riley tumbling, spinning wildly as their combined weight unbalanced their fall. Wind tore at them. Clouds traded places with the ship above, clouds, ship, clouds, over and over in sickening rotations. Riley was conscious, but barely, screaming raggedly in his ear. Whether from pain or pure terror, he didn't know. He'd left the remote behind. There'd been no time. All he could hope was that her pain would end when the nuke detonated and severed her connection to the aliens. Nate tightened his arms around her, fighting the tumble, trying to judge the right moment to pull Riley's ripcord. "Riley," he shouted into her bloody ear, desperate for her to hear him through the roaring wind. "Stay with me, Riles." Chapter 47. He tasted copper in the back of his throat. His tongue was like sandpaper in his mouth. Sergeant Delaney forced one eye open, blinking away the thickening haze that he knew must soon drag him under. He was just in time to see the Corwins tumble out, hugging each other for a tandem jump, followed closely by Private Hands, who dived more smoothly after them. Delaney cracked a smile. At least someone had made it out. The deck beneath him shuddered. Alien metal humming with whatever drive system was holding the massive ship aloft, as if someone might still be manning the controls. Behind him, The Chinook's rotors began picking up speed, roaring loudly again for takeoff. They were going to fly deeper into the hangar, give Hans and Burton and the Corwins a better chance to survive the blast. Everything was going according to plan except for him, lying here with a fiery hole in his lung, waiting for the flash of nuclear heat that would put him out of his misery. He could tell the end was near. He was fading fast. Maybe he wouldn't even last long enough to see the blast. He coughed hotly into his mask, struggling to stay awake. He was clinging to life for that very reason, to make sure the bomb went off and killed the alien bastards as planned. But then, suddenly, he saw something else, and he had a new reason to live. The remote connected to the device in Riley's head was lying about 20 feet away. Shit, must have bounced out of Corwin's pocket as he ran. Delaney gritted his teeth and forced himself to move. He couldn't stand, that was for damn sure, so he began army crawling across the deck, knees slipping, nails scraping the slick black metal. Inch by inch, he narrowed the gap. He didn't know how long he had left, but he knew it couldn't be long. Almost there. He pushed as hard and fast as he could, but his lungs weren't working right. Spots danced in his vision. He tasted blood. He felt his mind slipping rapidly now. Everything took on a strange, dreamlike quality. His hand brushed the device, fingertips grazing it, but missing the big red button that said hot. He steeled himself for one last push, lunging toward the device. He screamed raggedly from the effort, as much from pain as to keep himself awake. His hand closed around it. He snapped it up in front of his foggy visor to study the buttons. They were blurry. The red one was just visible. He stabbed it with his thumb, hoping it would work. Riley might already be out of range. At first, nothing happened. But then he heard it. The aliens came surging back to their feet, chittering and screeching, their weapons charging. Somehow he found the strength to push himself up so he could watch. All of them were back on their feet and twisting toward the receding thunder of the Chinook, their arms up and weapons tracking. Delaney gritted his teeth, hoping to God that he hadn't just doomed them all. The cockpit was eerily quiet. Captain Amelia Hunter sat strapped into her seat beside Major Voronova, both of them bathed in the eerie green glow of the Chinook's instrument panels and the pulsing blue light of the alien ship. The rotors thundered around them as she guided the chopper ever deeper into the belly of the beast. Between them, Voronova's phone sat propped on the console. The original 5-minute countdown timer now glowed red as it approached the end. 20 seconds, Voronova announced. 00:00:19. 00:00:18. 00:00:17. The Major exhaled slowly, then looked over at Amelia, her helmet visor alternately reflecting green instrument light and pulsing blue flare from the hangar. "Do you believe in heaven, Captain?" Voronova asked quietly. Amelia swallowed thickly. "Yes, ma'am." Voronova nodded once. "Me too. I'll see you there, Captain." "Copy that." But just then, all of the aliens lying twitching on the deck started waking up and springing back to their feet. "The jamming field is down," Amelia cried. "Going evasive." She gritted her teeth and twisted the flight controls to execute S-turns that sent them snaking back and forth. It was one of the only maneuvers she could safely attempt in the relatively confined space. A burst of enemy fire flickered and flashed around them, kicking off shrieking alarms inside the cockpit. A glowing hole appeared in the canopy. Acrid smoke began chugging in. They began losing power and veering sharply back down toward the deck. "Hang on," Amelia shouted. They hit the deck and bounced on their wheels, plowing through dozens of enemy soldiers in the process. Their forward rotor tipped forward and spinning at just the right height to chop off the heads of the 9-foot-tall aliens in a glowing spray of blue blood. Amelia glanced at the timer, which Voronova now held tightly, clutched in one hand. Just as it struck 0, an alarm started to ring. And then, a blinding wash of light erased everything in an instant. Wind screamed in Nate's ears as he plummeted and spun through open sky. Riley was no longer screaming, no longer twitching in his arms. She was awake and murmuring feebly, trying to say something he couldn't hear over the roaring wind. Whatever she was saying didn't matter right now. It was enough to know she was alive and no longer in pain. Somehow, someone had turned off the torture device clamped to her skull. It had to have been Delaney. But that unleashed a new fear. What if he'd turned it off too soon? Nate hadn't seen the flash of light from the explosion or heard the cracking boom. What if the aliens had somehow stopped the bomb before it went off? But even as he thought that, a blinding flash dazzled his eyes, wiping out any sign of the alien ship above. Seconds later, a muted boom rumbled through the air, sounding almost exactly like thunder. Nate twisted in midair, fighting the spin long enough to see. The alien mothership was utterly limbed with light, glowing with molten fire along its pulsing blue seams. A thin, shivering layer of heat and white fire raced along its hull, blurring the finer details. For a second, Nate's breath caught, wondering if that flash had actually been the nuke. Maybe this was something else, some weapon that would carve through the mountains below to wipe out Cheyenne Mountain where Paula and Jonah were hiding. Then the shivering layer abruptly bulged outward, and the ship's fiery orange seams burst with gouts of smoke and rippling flames. The colossal vessel tilted, slowly listing like a sinking ship. It drifted slowly, inexorably, toward the jagged mountain range below. And suddenly Nate realized they had a new problem. Even if the nuclear blast and radiation didn't kill them, and so far it hadn't, the impact of a 15-mile-wide spaceship crashing from 14,000 feet would release at least as much energy as the nuke. He twisted back toward Riley, still hugging her close. The ground was racing up fast. The mothership's crash was slow. They might still have time to get back inside the bunker, but to do that, they still had to survive this. Suddenly, Riley jerked in his arms and screamed. He realized she had been drifting in and out of consciousness. Now she was fully awake, and she knew they were falling. He leaned back to look her in the eye, but her gray eyes were wide, bloodshot, and unseeing. "Riley," he shouted, "listen to me, we have to separate. You have to pull your rip cord as soon as I let you go." She shook her head wildly, panicking. I can't see." A dagger through his heart. Was she blind? He shoved the fear aside and spared a hand to fumble for her cord. Finding it, he pressed it into her hand. "This is the rip cord. You pull it as soon as I let you go, okay?" She didn't look like she understood anything, but she was holding the cord. Nate made the decision for her. "Riley, now." He shoved her away, hard enough that the wind snatched her from his arms. She tumbled, spinning, falling. He counted. 1 second. 2. 3. "Pull the cord, Riley," he screamed, but there was no way she could hear. Finally, a tiny blossom of parachute silk shot free, and her canopy opened, jerking taut. She soared upward and away, her descent slowing sharply. Nate exhaled a sob of relief. He angled away from her, grabbed his own ripcord, and counted a few extra beats to ensure he wouldn't collide with her or tangle their chutes. The ground was racing up, too close. He could practically count the trees. Was there even enough time left? He squeezed his eyes shut and whispered a prayer, then yanked the cord. His chute cracked open, jerking him painfully upward. His fall slowed. Relief flooded him. He scanned the terrain below. He spotted Riley's canopy drifting steadily toward the base of the mountain complex. A happy accident. She couldn't see, so she wasn't guiding it. The wind was. Or maybe something more. He followed her, steering as best he could. High above, the mothership continued its slow collapse, sinking lower as gravity claimed it. That was encouraging. The slower it went, the less energy it would release on impact. Maybe, just maybe, they could survive this. "Come on," Nate muttered as the tunnel entrance to Cheyenne Mountain grew larger below. Both chutes were drifting toward the access road and parking areas outside the entrance. He hoped Riley wouldn't land on a rooftop and fall off. He shoved the image out of his mind. They hadn't come this far to die in some stupid, avoidable way. They were going to make it. He'd made Paula a promise, and he intended to keep it. Nate angled his chute toward the tunnel entrance, toward the safety of the reinforced bunker inside. Chapter 48. The op center was a flurry of alarms. Red lights flared along the ceiling. Paula stood rooted in front of the monitors, numb with grief, her heart thudding painfully in her chest. On the screens, cameras mounted at the top of the mountain tracked the alien mothership across the sky. It was on fire and slowly falling. The ship was enormous, miles and miles of metal. Flames gushed from cracked seams. Tiny pieces of it broke away and fluttered down like flakes of ash that were actually enormous despite how small they looked. Smoke billowed in rolling black plumes. Their ship was still largely in one piece, and not falling straight down, thank God. It was listing, tilting, and just now dipping behind the peak of Cheyenne. Emily sucked in a sharp breath and muttered, "Wow, you actually did it. I can't believe your plan actually worked." "They did it," General Davis said, nodding to her. Then he glanced back at Paula. "They're heroes, Mrs. Corwin, don't forget that." Paula didn't have the energy left for a reply. Olivia and Haley clung to Emily's legs, asking questions. Were the aliens all dead now? What about the spores? Could they go outside? Why was the ship crashing? Emily answered what she could and ignored the others. Jonah stood beside Paula, having cried himself into silence and numbness right along with his mother. Max sat behind them, panting steadily, impatiently waiting for them to do something more interesting than stare at those computer screens. General Davis leaned over the console, his hands planted wide and eyes smoldering with intensity as he watched the alien ship crash. Come on, keep going." On screen, the alien ship had dropped below the clouds. Its vast shadow swallowed the valley on the other side of the mountain. Davis exhaled harshly and looked to the technician beside him. "What's our ETA to impact?" The man's voice quavered uncertainly. Impact in approximately 10 minutes, sir. They're sinking slowly at least." "Should we be worried?" Emily asked. Davis looked to her. "That depends." A jolt of apprehension shot through Paula's veins. "Wait a minute. I thought this bunker could survive a nuclear blast." "It can, in the 30 megaton range, but this is a mountain coming down on top of another mountain." He gestured vaguely to the ship. "But it's flying over us," Paula said, gesturing impatiently to the screens. The front half is, yes, but it's 15 miles wide and barely 2 miles above our heads. At the current angle of descent, it won't have fully cleared us before it hits. Paula gritted her teeth. She just barely accepted the fact that Nate and Riley were gone, that there had been no other way, and that they had saved everyone with their sacrifice. Yet now, somehow, even she and Jonah weren't safe. Or Emily and her girls. How much more would she have to sacrifice? Just get to the point, General. What happens when they hit us? He spread his hands in a shrug. Again, that depends. Owen, Paula all but shouted at him. How fast they're going when they hit. How strong their shields and hull are, whether it buckles immediately like the crumple zones of a car, or holds together and relays all of the force of the impact through to Cheyenne and by extension us. It might just feel like a really nasty earthquake. Or it could crack the entire mountain open like an egg. Well, can we leave before they hit? Emily asked. With that horde of bloomers waiting for us outside in the tunnel. Davis shook his head. Besides, 10 minutes is not nearly enough time to evacuate this facility. Then what do we do? Emily shrieked. On the screens, the mothership dipped steadily lower. Davis swallowed hard. The one thing we can do, brace for impact. Paula stared hard at him, gaping in horror. Until now, she'd felt nothing but hollow, gut-sucking grief and rage. But now she was also afraid, for Jonah and herself, and for everyone else who was trapped in this mountain with them. The general had done this. He'd sentenced all of them to death. Nate hit the ground hard, landing in a rough patch of scrub grass near the mouth of the tunnel. His parachute dragged him several feet before he clawed at the straps and tore himself free. Pain flared through his side, hot, sharp, and merciless. He bit down a groan and forced himself to his feet. Riley! He spotted her chute tangled in a low pine just a few yards away. She hung suspended a few feet above the ground, limp and thrashing blindly to free herself. He limped over to her, half hopping, half falling, and panting through clenched teeth. Riley, I've got you, hang on. He reached up, fumbling with the buckles and straps to free her from the chute. She fell out into his arms and collapsed against him, sobbing. I can't see, she cried. Everything's black. His heart cracked in two. I know, just breathe, sweetheart, it's okay, I'm here. I'll guide you, okay. She pulled away, nodding shakily. Her legs wobbled but held. Her head lolled against his shoulder. He took her by the arm and turned her toward the road, limping and staggering toward it. A cluster of army vehicles sat abandoned along the side of the road with their doors hanging open, right near the point where their helicopter had landed earlier. One of the Humvees, Nate noticed, had its driver slumped half in and half out of the door. Another figure in army fatigues was crouch-walking toward that same vehicle with his rifle raised to his shoulder. Nate couldn't see the man's face from the distance, but he took a guess and shouted, "Hands!" The man froze and spun, his rifle swinging into line with Nate's chest. If that was a lucid bloomer. But then he dropped his aim and came running over. Nate saw his gas mask and a moment later heard the private's familiar voice. You made it. Nate glanced up at the crashing spaceship and nodded impatiently. Help me get her into that vehicle. Hands darted to Riley's other side and took her other arm, but they were still stumbling along slowly through the field, and Riley was tripping on rocks. Screw it, I've got her, Corwin, cover us. With that, Private Hands reached down and scooped Riley up into his arms. Nate experienced a flash of paternal jealousy at the fact that he couldn't do the same. The laser burn in his side was too painful and made his core muscles far too weak for him to carry her again. Finding his carbine, still miraculously hanging from its strap, he jerked it up and covered them as they ran to the waiting Humvee. No sign of hostiles, at least. The engine was still on and idling roughly as they arrived. Hands yanked open the back doors and laid Riley inside, then jumped in next to her while Nate dragged the driver out. He jumped behind the wheel and spent a moment hunting for clutch and brake with his feet. "Let's go, Corwin," Hands shouted from the back. He found the clutch and threw the vehicle into gear, lurching toward the tunnel. Shifting roughly into second, then third, they flashed inside the mountain, the sound of their engine roaring off the walls. He felt suddenly much better having the mountain for a shield, but what would happen when that ship came down on top of it? Almost certainly, the tunnel would collapse. The walls and ceiling were bare, naked rock, not reinforced with concrete and steel like the bunker. Nate had to get them inside of it before the mothership hit. They probably had 5 minutes, maybe 10 if they were lucky, to cross a mile of tunnel, contact the people inside the facility, and then wait for those slow-moving blast doors to crack open and let them in. He floored it. Dim orange lights flashed by overhead, the walls of the tunnel blurred. He sped along at 60 miles per hour, occasionally slowing to follow the gentle curves. Then they came to the final turn, and he stepped hard on the brakes. A milling horde of civilians and military were standing around outside the blast doors. Some of them appeared to be planting charges, others aiming RPGs and rocket launchers, but most of them were just standing there, shuffling their feet and looking around aimlessly. Ferals and lucid bloomers, at least 100 people altogether. Their Humvee slowed to a stop just beyond the guardhouse, and the high berms of derelict vehicles that had been pushed aside from the last horde to converge on them here. Somehow the bloomers hadn't noticed them. Yet, he carefully reached up and twisted the key to turn off the engine. "Well, shit," Hands muttered from the back. "How do we get through all that?" "We don't," Nate replied. "Get through what?" Riley asked, sitting up and blinking wide eyes at them. His gaze darted back to the guard station to his right. He remembered Major Voronova going there when they'd first arrived to contact the people inside the bunker. "We need to get the general to send his people out," Nate said. Hands snorted. "Sure, because he's going to do that for us. We saved everyone. He'd damn well better stick his neck out for us." Hands just grunted. Nate glanced up at the turret on the roof and wondered how many of those bloomers they could mow down before one of those RPGs swung in their direction. "Hands, I need you to stay here with Riley. Get behind the wheel, just in case." "In case of what?" Riley demanded. "Copy that," Hands replied. But there was no time to argue. He cracked his door open and hurried down the side of the tunnel, sticking close to the derelict vehicles for cover. By some miracle, he reached the guardhouse without any of the ferals or lucid bloomers seeing him. All of their attention was focused on the blast doors and the charges they were busy planting. Nate snuck through the open door of the guardhouse, then shut and locked it behind him with a soft click. The glass panels in the booth were bulletproof, not RPG-proof, but hopefully that would count for something. He grabbed a boom mic sitting on the desk on a stand and found the call button. Static hissed as he pressed it. "This is Nate Corwin. I have Riley and Private Hands with me. We need you to open the blast doors and deal with the bloomers out here." A long pause issued from the speakers. Then General Davis's voice came through, tinny and cold. Negative, Mr. Corwin. His blood boiled with a surge of righteous indignation. General, open the damn door. You owe us. And you have our gratitude. As I said before, your sacrifices will be remembered, Davis went on with chilling calm. But we cannot risk compromising this facility. Think about your wife and son. They're safe. They're alive. I suggest you take comfort in that. Nate stared in horror at the speakers and the mic in front of him. This wasn't happening. They survived the impossible to get this far, and here they were standing right outside the doors to safety, but General Davis refused to open them. Chapter 49. Paula couldn't believe what she was hearing. Somehow, Nate and Riley were alive. But the general wasn't letting them in. She didn't think, didn't hesitate, barely even breathed. She exploded. In a flash, she snatched the sidearm from Lieutenant Mitchell's holster and pressed it against the back of General Davis's head. "Open the damn doors," Paula screamed. Her voice shook with fury that came from a place much deeper than fear, deeper even than grief. It was the kind a mother went to when someone threatened one of her children. A dark, primal place. Davis stiffened and twisted his head ever so slightly to look at her, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Mrs. Corwin, you don't know what you're asking. They'll overwhelm our defenses, and even if they don't, there's not time to." Paula stepped in closer, forcing his chin to his chest. "If you don't open the doors, your sacrifice will also be remembered." For a long, agonizing heartbeat, Davis said nothing. Her outrage and disbelief warred with a stream of calculations running somewhere behind the general's eyes. At last he sighed, a long, defeated breath. "Whatever happens next is on your head. Open the doors, Lieutenant Mitchell." Mitchell blinked. "Sir." "You heard me. Scramble every able-bodied soldier we have to the south entrance. And contact Mr. Corwin. Tell him to get ready. I can't promise we'll hold the doors open for long." "Yes, sir." Mitchell snapped into action, barking orders to the technicians in the ops center. The klaxons kicked in, echoing through the room along with the flashing crimson warning lights. Max whimpered and darted under an empty desk. One of the technicians began speaking over the facility's PA system, relaying the general's orders to ready their troops. Paula eased slightly back from the general, but she didn't lower her stolen gun. She had a feeling she might still need it. If Davis panicked, he might try to shut those doors before Nate and Riley reached safety. "Mom, are Dad and Riley really alive?" Jonah asked suddenly. Paula just nodded, her eyes fixed on a bank of screens that were once again showing a view of the tunnel and the horde of bloomers waiting for them outside. A spreading swath of harsh white and dim violet light cut through the tunnel as the massive blast door beside the guard came sweeping open. Infected ferals leaped back from the UV lights, hissing and shrieking in protest. The speakers from the intercom crackled again, warning Nate to get ready and get inside as soon as he saw an opening to do so. The doors stopped when they were only open about 6 feet. Lucid bloomers began inching toward the opening with RPGs and rifles raised. Suddenly, there came a click and rattle of the door handle to the guardhouse, and Nate realized that he had company. His head snapped in that direction, and he saw private hands, just his eyes, peeking through the reinforced glass at the top of the door. Nate dashed over to him and opened the door. "Get ready to carry her inside," Hands whispered. Riley was sitting beside him, her back propped against the wall of the guardhouse, knees pulled up to her chest, eyes wide and unseeing. Rather than object to the private's suggestion, and point out that he would be much better suited to carry Riley inside. Nate simply asked, "Where are you going?" Hans jerked his chin back the way they'd come, to the Humvee Nate had driven down the tunnel. And he understood. The private was going to use that turret on the roof to make a distraction and mow down as many of the enemy as possible. "Thank you," Nate whispered. "Just make it count." He nodded, and then Private Hans turned and crouch ran back the way he'd come. Before he'd even taken 2 steps, gunfire erupted from within the bunker, cutting down several lucid bloomers. The 2 with RPGs fell first, thankfully. But somewhere in the back of the enemy horde, sniper rifles cracked, and 2 of the friendly soldiers peeking around the blast door fell. The others disappeared behind the reinforced slab of metal. Another one fired a Stinger missile at the door, causing it to kick inwards by about a foot. The resultant wash of heat and fire forced the lucid bloomers advancing on the opening to stagger back a few steps. And then that .50 caliber machine gun on the roof of the Humvee opened up with a thunderous thump 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 thump, and suddenly the infected horde was caught in a pincer, being attacked on both sides. Alien torsos exploded under the .50 cal rounds. Limbs tore free, and a shining blue mist of infected blood filled the air. Ferals turned as one and snarled. Not dissuaded as they had been by the UV lights blazing from inside the bunker, they rushed headlong into the dark and the flashing stream of bullets from the turret. Nate half pulled, half dragged Riley into better cover inside the guardhouse, then peeked up through the bulletproof windows to watch the battle unfold. Friendly soldiers risked leaning out again to squeeze off a few rattling bursts that took down a pair of snipers on the roof of a familiar-looking MRAP. Nate crouched there, his calves and thighs burning, his injured side blazing with heat, his mouth parched, and his hand flexing restlessly on the grip of his carbine as ferals flooded past them to reach Private Hans. Not one of them seemed to notice them crouching there in the shadows of the open guardhouse. Then the intercom crackled with General Davis's voice. "Get inside, Corwin, right now. We've got 2 minutes before that mothership lands on our heads." Nate didn't even bother running over to the mic to issue a reply. There wasn't any time. He dropped down next to Riley and grabbed her arm. "We're going to have to run, Ryle. I'll guide you, but I need you to stay with me and keep your feet moving while I cover us to the entrance. Can you do that?" Riley looked uncertain, her brow furrowing, bloodshot eyes wide and unseeing. Riley, I can do it." On 3. He turned on the spot and half lifted her off the floor with his left arm, while aiming the military rifle with his right. 1, 2, 3. Nate shot to his feet, pulling Riley up and jerking her along beside him. Ferals were still streaming by the guardhouse to get to Hans. As Nate emerged, 2 of them turned to him with a snarl. He fired, point blank, and ripped open the first one's chest with a 3-round burst. The second lunged for Riley, and he put a bullet between its eyes. Then they were running, sprinting for the open blast door. The snarls of the ferals and rattling bursts of fire from friendly soldiers roared all around him. Friendly soldiers were leaning out to cover them, firing steadily. Bullets ricocheted off vehicles and the tunnel walls. It all happened in seconds, but somehow it felt like minutes passed. They crossed a gap of 20 feet to the open doors with bullets flashing and ferals falling on all sides of them. An enterprising bloomer lunged out from behind the door just as they reached it. Nate shot it squarely in the chest, and it fell against him, and Riley with a shuddering sigh and lifeless hands trailing down their bodies. Riley screamed as it touched her. "It's dead," Nate said. "This way." And then he tugged her inside the open tunnel. "Shut the doors," one of the soldiers inside the facility shouted. The door began groaning shut, and gradually the sound of gunfire and snarls outside faded to silence. He spun toward Riley. "Are you okay? Did they hit you?" She shook her head. Don't think so." He checked her over quickly, looking for a spreading stain of blood or other signs that she'd been wounded, but Riley was fine, except for the fact that she was blind, and that her entire face was practically caked with dried blood from what had streamed from her eyes and nose and ears. Nate let out a shaky sigh and turned away from her just as a soldier came to them to provide protective eyewear. He put his on, then Riley's, even though he wasn't sure protecting her eyes mattered anymore. The soldiers put on their own glasses, and Nate noticed that the tunnel was crowded with at least 20 soldiers, and the inner blast door remained securely shut. Suddenly, he realized that the general hadn't actually risked compromising the bunker by opening the doors for them. He'd opened them sequentially, one at a time. The airlock had stayed intact the whole time. What he'd actually risked were the lives of his men, two of which now lay dead in spreading pools of blood at Nate's feet. He grimaced as he stepped around them, feeling suddenly guilty. And then he remembered Private Hands, stuck outside in the tunnel, having laid down the covering fire they needed to escape, and Major Voronova, Captain Hunter, Sergeant Delaney, even Dr. Burton, who was probably stuck outside, cowering somewhere in a ditch, if his chute had even deployed correctly. And then there were all the others who had died along the way, all the way back to the very first that Nate was aware of, his neighbor and friend, Charles Reed. And with that, Nate's guilt exploded with a suffocating surge that made him gasp and wince as he clutched his wounded side. "Dad, are you okay?" Riley whispered. "Yeah, I'm fine." But the lie tasted bitter. For all his outrage that he and Riley had been tricked into a suicide mission, somehow they had both survived it, and everyone else, the ones who had known the score from the beginning and volunteered willingly to lay down their lives for that mission, were the ones who had actually died. The UV lights brightened and pulsing streams of chemical mist washed over them, but they did nothing to cleanse away the awful sense of guilt. Nate told himself it wasn't his fault that he and Riley had lived. They'd gotten lucky. Maybe it was karma for everyone lying to them about their fate, or maybe the big man in the sky just wasn't ready for them yet. Whatever the case, the real heroes were the ones who were no longer with them. And Riley, maybe she hadn't known anything about the plot in advance, but she might still be permanently blind from the role she'd been forced to play, not to mention the absolute agony she'd had to endure. The pulsing streams of chemicals stopped, and the inner blast door began groaning open. One of the soldiers' radios crackled, "Brace for impact." And then there came a deep, rolling boom that shuddered violently through the floor. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling. The tunnel shook, and the massive blast doors groaned. "Everybody get inside now," a woman shouted. And together, they all flooded through the gap in the inner door. Chunks of concrete broke free from the ceiling, then fell and shattered on the floor. Nate ducked and pushed Riley through ahead of him. She stumbled, then fell into a familiar set of arms. "Riley," Paula shouted as she caught her daughter. Nate dove through next, and then the door began groaning shut. "Mom!" "I'm here, baby. Oh no, oh no. What have they done to you, my poor sweet girl? What have they done?" she asked while stroking her hands through Riley's blood-matted hair and cupping her bloody cheek. "I'm okay, Mom," Riley replied. I just can't see, that's all. That wasn't as reassuring as Riley probably thought. Her mother broke down sobbing, and they fell down together on the floor, the shaking, quaking floor. Jonah skidded in beside them with Max on a leash and wrapped both his sister and his mom in a giant hug. Riley felt around blindly. "Dad," she whimpered. "I'm here," he breathed through another gasp. He stumbled forward a few steps to land beside them, just inside the entrance of the bunker. Soldiers streamed away from them, running for yet another door, this one to one of 15 reinforced buildings, mounted on massive metal springs that made up the complex itself. The ground shook again, harder this time, and there came a long, sustained roar like a freight train barreling down on them. Rocks the size of basketballs began crashing down from the ceiling and splintering on the concrete floor, where they all sat. "This way," one of the soldiers screamed. They surged back up to their feet, and together they ran, with Nate hobbling along and Paula supporting Riley as best she could. Paula grabbing him by his arm, pulling him faster. A woman with glowing blue eyes stood in the open doorway at the top of a short flight of metal stairs, waving urgently for them to hurry. They flew up the steps, through the door, and collapsed against the walls, breathing raggedly. Lieutenant Mitchell shut and locked the door. A final, rumbling roar of boulders, exploding outside, thundered to Nate's ears. And then the world outside fell silent. Chapter 50. Inside the building, everyone stood frozen. Soldiers trading glances, Riley staring blindly, Paula gaping and blinking at Nate as though he might be a ghost. Dust drifted down from the ceiling. The lights flickered. A final, rumbling boom punctuated the silence. And then Riley asked, "Where are we?" "Inside the bunker. Safe," Lieutenant Mitchell said, striding quickly past them. "Congratulations, young lady, you're a hero. You just saved the entire planet." "I don't feel like a hero," Riley replied. "Doesn't change the facts," a gruff voice added. "You're both heroes." Nate turned to see General Davis striding down the corridor from the far end, flanked by a pair of armed guards. Max whimpered and nosed Nate's hand, licking it once before both his hands curled into fists. A violent tremor of rage shot through him at the sight of the man who had almost killed his daughter. Yet there was no almost about the pain she had endured, or the state of her eyes. "You," he roared, shaking a fist at the general. He took a few lurching steps toward Davis, but Paula caught him by the arm and shook her head. "It's not worth it, Nate." He looked to her, blinking steadily. "You're back, you're safe, and we're all together, that's all that matters. Listen to your wife, Corwin. A lot of others didn't make it this far. You're among the lucky ones." Nate slowly unclenched his fists and nodded, but he said nothing. He didn't trust himself not to cuss the general out, and he understood why Paula was telling him to contain himself. This man, however detestable he might be, was in charge of the facility where they were now trapped. Paula pulled him in for a hug and whispered, "Are you okay? I saw you limping. Is that your leg again?" Nate withdrew with a grimace. "My side, actually, got shot with a laser." He patted the spot and Paula gasped. "I need to see that. You could be bleeding internally." He frowned. "From a laser, it's a burn, self-cauterizing. A burn that went straight through you like a knife. Even if you're not bleeding, the damage inside could be massive. We need to get you into surgery and resect it immediately." "I'll inform Dr. Kashiap," Davis said, nodding to Nate. "We'll get him prepped straight away." "Thank you," Paula breathed. "And what about Riley? She can't see. It looks like she hemorrhaged from every orifice in her head. She did, Nate replied. Once again, we'll take care of it, Davis insisted. Come, let's get you all to the medical wing and check you out. The general turned and led them through the facility, and they trailed slowly after him, hobbling and helping each other along, with Lieutenant Mitchell bringing up the rear. They ran into Emily and her girls along the way. Nate and Riley stopped to trade awkward one-armed hugs with Emily, and then they continued on to the medical wing, with both of the Reed girls bouncing along beside them, asking rapid-fire questions about their harrowing experience, like it had all been some grand adventure now that none of them had actually died. Later, they sat together in the waiting room of the surgical floor of the medical building, with medics attending to them. What about her eyes? Paula asked the one attending to Riley. Will she be able to see again? I'm not qualified to answer that, ma'am, the female medic replied. Nate winced as the man attending to him dabbed a little too roughly at the laser burns on either side of his abdomen. Emily exhaled noisily and looked to General Davis, where he stood off to one side with him and the kids, watching as medics cleaned and treated their wounds. We're trapped in here, aren't we, General? General Davis grunted. Yes. Fortunately, there's no better place to be trapped. This facility is self-contained and fully self-sufficient. We can last in here for decades. Nate looked away from the medic cleaning his burns to regard the general with eyebrows raised. You think it will be that long before someone digs us out? Hopefully not, but there's no way to know. The mothership took out all of our comms and external cameras when it landed on our heads, and, as you can probably imagine, the whole tunnel collapsed. At minimum, that's a mile of rubble to clear. How long do you think that will take, with the world outside still battling the bloom? What do you mean still? Emily asked. I thought we won. Davis laughed bitterly at that. We took out their ship, not the infection. The bloomers are still out there, all of them. We're actually lucky to be in here. No infection to worry about inside these walls. Plenty of supplies, he shrugged. Like I said, there's no better place to be trapped than this. What happens when the supplies run out? Nate asked. Everyone looked to the general for the answer. Like I said, we have decades. Sure, Nate nodded reasonably. But you're assuming someone will eventually come for us. What if they do? We can't dig ourselves out of a mile of rubble. General Davis scowled. I suggest you stop conjuring worst-case scenarios for me, Corwin. You just survived the impossible. Perhaps we can do it again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have many pressing matters to attend, Lieutenant, with me. Yes, sir, Mitchell said. And with that, they both turned and stalked away. Nate scowled at the back of the general's head as they left. He didn't answer my question. He didn't have to, Paula whispered, reaching for his hand from the chair next to his and giving it a squeeze. If no one comes for us. She shrugged and shook her head like it didn't even matter anymore. The thought of the bloom still raging outside had caused fatalism to rear its ugly head. Being stuck in here was safer, for now at least. What did that mean for them, if and when they eventually got out? Nate grimaced and squeezed Paula's hand right back. It'll be all right, he decided. I don't get it, Jonah said, crowding in front of them with Max. Why wouldn't people come to rescue us? We saved them. It's their turn. Nate smiled tightly at that. Little kid logic. Oh yeah, don't worry, Jones. A lot of people were involved in that attack. At least 100 fighter pilots. Them and whoever sent them all know that we're here. So even if we can't get a message out or clear the rubble ourselves, plenty of people will know to come and dig us out. It's just going to take some time, that's all. Yeah, Jonah agreed, bobbing his head. I guess that's fair. We'll make the best of it. It'll be like camping. Riley snorted and cracked a crooked smile at that. Yeah, sure, kiddo, just like camping. The medics finished their preliminary work, then fetched a couple of wheelchairs and wheeled both Nate and Riley through to adjacent curtained cubicles, where each medic helped them to strip out of their remaining layers and put on hospital gowns. Then they were made to lie down on hospital beds, and the medics set up IVs for each of them to get them ready for their respective surgeries. Nate insisted that Riley go first to get the jamming device out of her skull. He couldn't bear the idea of ever hearing her scream like that again. And he didn't want to give the general a chance to think about how he might be able to use the same exact jamming signals to fight lucid bloomers or maybe even ferals, once they did finally get to leave the bunker. Nate lay his head back on the pillow with a sigh. Paula appeared, pushing through the open curtain just as his attending medic left. Hey, she said, mind if I join you? Not at all, he replied. Paula stepped in quietly and moved to the edge of his bed. Then she leaned down and kissed him fiercely on the lips. What was that for? He asked, his head spinning with a strange mix of desire and exhaustion as she pulled away. Paula fondly smiled and cupped his cheek. For keeping your promise. He smiled crookedly back. Oh, it was nothing. Sure. She moved away, her hand trailing lightly across his chest, then down to his hand and squeezing once more just before she left. I'm going to go check on Riley. He nodded again, and then leaned back and shut his eyes. Sleep fell like a hammer, and dreams quickly came. And somehow it wasn't a nightmare. They were back in their home in Montana. Him and Paula lying in bed together on a lazy Sunday morning as the sun came slanting warmly through their window. She was curled up against him with her head on his chest, the scent of her hair and shampoo fragrant and floral in his nostrils. And then suddenly that peaceful moment was shattered as Riley, only 12 years old, came bounding in, followed by Jonah, then only 6. And Max, a barking, tail-wagging bundle of licks and nervous energy. Together they all bounced on the bed, demanding to go to the river for a picnic. Nate's bed jerked and rolled, and he woke up with a smile still fixed upon his lips. You ready for your surgery, Mr. Corwin? Dr. Viola Cashiap asked, looming over him with a surgical mask and cap on. Medics were on either side of him, rolling him down the corridor toward the operating theater. Yeah, I guess I'm ready. How's Riley? She's great, awake in recovery. She did amazing. Your wife and son are with her now. And what about Riley's eyes? The doctor hesitated visibly. Doctor, we need to run more tests before I can say anything definitive. But you can tell me. I'd rather hear the truth than another lie. After everything, we deserve that, don't you think? The doctor sighed. Very well, she will almost certainly never be able to see again. Nate winced and let out a strangled sound. And there is something else you should know. What else? You and your daughter both received a moderate, and I want to stress this, Mr. Corwin, a moderate dose of radiation from the blast. How do you? We tested you both. Lymphocyte counts are notably depleted, consistent with radiation exposure. We have effective treatments on hand, which we have already begun to administer. It's not going to kill you, but you don't know what could come from it down the line. Unfortunately, yes. You will both have an elevated risk of cancer of all types, and you and your daughter, well. Nate squeezed his eyes shut, already knowing what she was about to say next. We're both sterile. Yes, I'm afraid so. I am truly sorry, Mr. Corwin. He let out a long, rattling breath, and then heaved a laugh that he cut off almost as soon as it began, as a cascade of pain rolled through his perforated intestine. Did I say something amusing? The doctor asked with her eyebrows raised and brow furrowing above her mask. Not exactly. Just gallows humor. Or irony, perhaps. I've been wrestling with a bit of survivor's guilt and imposter syndrome. The real heroes are the ones who died on that mission. Their sacrifice doesn't diminish yours or that of your daughter. Maybe not, but seems like we didn't get away so clean after all, right, Doc? Suffering is a hell of a salve for conscience. Lets you feel sorry for yourself without feeling like a self-centered prick. Again, I am truly sorry, Mr. Corwin. We do have a therapist in the complex, if you'd like to speak with someone to sort through these feelings. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I'll just talk to my wife. Or maybe you should both speak with the therapist. They banged through the doors into the surgical theater and rolled Nate to a stop beneath glaring lights. How serious do you think it is? He asked. Like, how long do people usually get? There's no way for me to know that, Mr. Corwin. Guess. Dr. Cashiap sighed. 10 years. That's my conservative estimate, but it could easily be 20. Now, please try to relax. I have a bowel to resect, and if you don't focus on recovering from that, none of these hypotheticals will matter because you won't last a week, let alone years. Nate nodded mutely, a painful knot tightening in his throat. His next question was a rasp. Does Riley know? No. I'm putting you under now, she said as she injected something into his IV port. Think happy thoughts, Mr. Corwin. I was doing a great job of that before you came along, Nate muttered. You wanted the truth, she reminded him. Next time a patient tells you that, lie. The doctor smiled tightly behind her mask. Noted. Sweet dreams, Mr. Corwin. His eyelids slammed shut, and the next thing he knew, he was waking up in recovery with his family and friends all around, welcoming him back. Riley was in the room with him, on the bed right next to his. Jonah and Max were there, along with the Reeds. A medic informed him that his surgery had gone exceedingly well. All that was left was for him to recover. Paula stood off to one side, smiling brokenly at him, her eyes shining with tears as she listened to the good news. He didn't have to ask if Paula knew. He could see it plainly in her eyes. This wasn't the happy ending they'd been hoping for. It was bittersweet at best. Epilogue. 9 years later. The blast doors towered before them, still sealed after 9 years of darkness and recycled air. A crowd filled the bunker's south entrance, nearly 200 people altogether who had been living here, underground, for the past decade. Children who had never seen the sun, elderly who wondered if they ever would again, soldiers, civilians, families stitched together by grief and mutually awful circumstances. Everyone waited in tense silence. On the wall next to the blast doors, a screen connected to their last surviving external camera crackled with static, then sharpened. The tunnel beyond showed shadows shifting, rubble moving machinery, clawing steadily through the final blockages. Paula held Nate's hand tightly. He sat in a wheelchair beside her. Technically, he could still walk, but they'd been waiting here a long time and he was tired. He smiled tightly up at her, his sunken eyes glassy and hollow cheeks marking the lines of his skull. Even in his hand, she could feel the bones, too sharp and rigid beneath his skin. The cancer was starving his body from within. Dr. Kashyap had stopped even pretending that they could treat the metastases that were busy spreading through his liver and lungs. He hid the pain well, knowing how limited their supplies had become. But Paula, who'd been working the odd shift as a nurse again, had been sneaking painkillers into his food for months. But she could clearly see the writing on the wall, and she heard it in his breath at night. She felt it in the tremor of his hand now. He was dying, quietly slipping away from her day by day. Her throat tightened, and an old ache bloomed behind her ribs. For a moment, just a flicker, she saw Max trotting up beside them the way he used to do and giving her hand a lick. She remembered the way their old golden retriever's fur had felt beneath her fingers during those last moments. 5 years ago, all of them gathered in the medical wing, along with about 50 officers, and enlisted to whom he'd become a mascot. Riley had been sobbing, Jonah clinging to Max's neck, and Nate whispering, "Good boy, you're such a good boy," until the needle went in, and Max's breathing had slowed, then stilled. They'd buried him in the hydroponics garden where he used to take his walks. Losing him had felt like the beginning of the end. Soon after that, Nate had been diagnosed, and then Riley, and the battles had begun in earnest. Paula squeezed Nate's hand harder, as if she could keep him here with her by sheer force of will. Jonah stood behind them, now 19, tall and broad-shouldered, just like his dad. His hand rested protectively on Riley's shoulder, who was much shorter than him, and who had somehow seemed paradoxically like the younger sibling after everything she'd been through. Her eyes no longer glowed blue, or even their original gray. They'd healed to a milky white. Whatever traces of the infection remained in her blood, they'd imparted none of the resilience and wound healing that other lucid bloomers seemed to exhibit. But then that was a double-edged sword, because it meant that she wasn't contagious either. Riley was 25 now, her belly round with a bona fide miracle that made all of the sorrow they'd endured over these past 9 years ever so slightly more bearable. New life, a symbol of hope in this cold, concrete prison. And standing beside her was another ray of light, her fiancé, Corporal Zachary Rains. He was almost 10 years older than Riley, but every bit the gentleman and pillar of support that she had needed over the years. They'd started dating barely a year after the blast doors had shut. Back then, Paula had been skeptical of an older man, almost 25, preying on her young 17-year-old daughter. But now, Paula was truly grateful to him, to have someone like him to look after Riley. Nate might be on his way out first, but eventually Paula would join him, and then who would be there to watch over her? And her grandson. Paula tried not to stare at her daughter's face too long. The left side still bore the faint marks of surgical scars that had never fully faded. She had 3 tumor resections before she turned 20, one in her optic nerve, one along her jawline, and another pressing into her skull. Each of those surgeries had saved her life, and unlike Nate, she had been cancer-free for years, which was good, considering that now she was pregnant. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done for her vision, even after multiple surgeries. She remained 98% blind, able to see blurry smears of light, but nothing more. Paula's brilliant, stubborn, beautiful girl had been irrevocably mauled by the attack that had wiped out the enemy. And yet, somehow, she smiled easier now than she had before the bloom and what was now known as the darkening. Zachary squeezed Riley's hand. "You okay, honey?" "I'm excited," she whispered, her sightless gaze drifting toward the camera feed. "And a little scared." Paula nodded and smiled, but her daughter couldn't see it. Zachary smiled back for her. Behind them, Emily Reed approached, now 49, silver threads showing clearly in her auburn hair, arm in arm with General Davis. Yes, that General Davis. They had gotten married 2 years ago, and snuck around for 2 before that, fearing what Paula might say. She'd been right to be afraid, but Paula was too tired and broken to hold a grudge. Grudges took energy, and she didn't have any left, so she just let it go. Let them make each other happy if they could. And besides, her girls deserved some kind of father figure, even if they were basically already adults now. Somehow, unexpectedly, they worked. Emily had softened the general's hard, calloused edges, and he in turn had lifted her out of a deep depression that could have easily claimed another. Bunkers were a kind of hell, Paula now knew. You wouldn't think it. Survival should be enough, but never seeing the sun. Needless to say, Dr. Jeannie French, the complex's therapist, was a very busy woman. Behind General Davis and Emily came their daughters, Olivia, now 18, and Haley, 16. Olivia lingered shyly near a lanky teenage boy, Cole Ramirez, the son of one of the base's engineers. The two glanced at each other whenever they thought no one was looking, like now. Paula smiled faintly at that. Young love, even in bunkers. Another ray of sunshine for a place that never saw the sun, had to soak them up where they could. Her gaze slid away, and all eyes fixed upon the screen attached to the camera. The rubble shifted again. A massive slab of rock, tossed aside by an enormous mechanical arm. And then, "What the hell?" Jonah whispered. And he wasn't the only one. Gasps and muttered curses rang back and forth, becoming rising tumult among the assembled crowd. A man in gray coveralls and a reflective orange vest was staring into the camera, smiling and waving at them. A man with glowing blue eyes. Then another appeared, and another. Paula felt ice sliding down her spine. Are those bloomers? Nate tensed in his chair, lucid ones. The movement made him wince, and her along with him. The figures advanced through the tunnel, steadily approaching the blast door. Emily whispered shakily, shouldn't they all be dead by now? No sign of ferals, Lieutenant Mitchell announced from where she stood by the doors with a whole platoon of soldiers. And they're not armed. Paula glanced back and saw General Davis standing stiffly behind her with Emily. Everyone stand by, weapons at the ready. Soldiers lifted their rifles. And everyone grew deathly still. Open the doors, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. The blast doors began to tremble as the locks disengaged. Should we be opening the doors? Emily whispered. Maybe we should just stay in here. They can't get in, right? They're not armed, Davis insisted. Let's hear what they have to say. And then, with a metallic groan that echoed like thunder, the giant blast doors slowly began to open. Paula held her breath and gripped Nate's hand even tighter. She had a bad feeling that the world was just about to change again, and she wasn't sure how many more changes they could take. So far, all the bloom had done was take from them. Why would this time be any different? The doors angled wider, then ratcheted to a stop. Everyone seemed to collectively hold their breath. Nate started up from his chair, and Paula helped him to struggle to his feet so that he could see over the heads of the crowd, just as a single man stepped into the gap and waved, his eyes glowing faintly with the unmistakable blue light of the infected. But his expression, it wasn't twisted or cruel as the lucid ones had been, nor seething with madness like the ferals. Nothing but an ordinary smile as he lifted a hand in greeting. "Hello, everyone. Don't be afraid." General Davis left Emily's side and began wading through the crowd with a pair of enlisted soldiers flanking him. "Make a hole! Coming through!" he roared as he went, and the crowd parted eagerly for him to confront the stranger. "Identify yourself." "My name is Aiden Cross," the man said gently. "I was a civilian engineer. Now I guess you could say I'm something more than that." Aiden bowed his head slightly. "We're not here to harm you. The bloom is not what it was." Beside him, Paula's face tightened as she looked to him. "What does that mean?" Nate slowly shook his head. Aiden gestured behind him, and more lucid ones approached, men and women, all of them with glowing eyes, but calm, coordinated, and healthy-looking. The feral strains died off years ago. The last of them perished in the wild. Only the lucid strain remains, and without the invaders using it to control us, we are still us. Still everything we were, only better. "How so?" Davis asked. "The bloom doesn't control us, we control it. It links our minds to the degree that we allow it. We have collective empathy now. Understanding. There are no more wars. Crime is almost non-existent. Disease, likewise. You could say humanity evolved." Paula exchanged a stunned look with Nate. A trickle of hope mingled with suspicion in his gut. General Davis gestured vaguely toward the open blast doors. "What about the aliens? Are any of them still out there?" "A few," Aiden admitted. "Nearly all of them perished when their ship crashed. A handful survived, having escaped before impact. They hide in the forests and mountains. We track them and hunt them, carefully." "How do we know more aren't coming?" Davis asked. Aiden shrugged gently. "They might be, but they don't have FTL. It took them thousands of years just to get here with that one ship. The downed pilot you captured and kept hostage here was an advanced scout whose ship was only slightly faster than the mothership. By the time they could get here with more ships, assuming they even decide to send them, we'll be ready." As if on cue, a strange vehicle purred into view, just visible through the gaps in the doors. Nate stared at it, his breath catching. The machine was smooth, sleek, and silent, hovering just above the ground with vaguely familiar black armor that shone like glass. "What the—" "Please," Aiden said warmly. "Come with us and see for yourselves what has become of your world." People hesitated, but curiosity overpowered caution. And they began stepping out into the tunnel, gasping as they went. Nate insisted on walking out with them. "Are you sure?" Paula asked, her eyes full of worry. He nodded. "Yes, I can walk." Outside in the tunnel beyond the blast doors, a long line of identical hovering black vehicles waited for them. Doors hissed open and they piled in. Paula helped Nate, then followed him in. Jonah went next, followed by Zachary and Riley. Each vehicle had about a dozen seats, times at least 20 vehicles. Practically a train. General Davis and Emily got in with them, along with their girls. There was no driver, but the lucid engineer, Aiden, joined them in their vehicle. And then the whole procession went whirring out, past the heavy machinery that had moved the last of the rubble. Those vehicles were more familiar. Old-world technology. They'd obviously planned their reveal in stages. As they emerged from the tunnel, actual sunlight stabbed through the windows, and everyone gasped. Nate felt the sun shining brightly on his cheek, and he smiled blissfully and shut his eyes. Then the convoy took a sharp right turn, and he opened them again, to see the next stage of Aiden's reveal. A massive aircraft of some kind, sharp-winged and silver, smooth as a raindrop. Behind him, Zachary Rains whispered, "That looks like a spaceship." Riley leaned forward, her breath piling hotly on Nate's cheek. "I wish I could see it." He reached back for her and found her hand clutching the back of his seat. Sitting quietly across from them in the transport, Aiden nodded to them. "Your eyes." His voice softened. "They can be healed. We can do that for you if you like." Riley inhaled sharply. "Really?" "Yes," Aiden smiled, "but you'll need to join us." Nate stiffened. "Join you? What does that mean?" General Davis looked highly uncomfortable, and his bodyguards stiffened and subtly reached for their weapons. "No need for that. No one is forcing you to do anything. As I said, we retain our individuality within the bloom. All of the changes and connectedness are for the better, I can assure you." Davis snorted. "I'm good, thanks." "As you wish." Nate leaned forward shakily. "We need more information." Beside him, Paula nodded eagerly. "We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have," Aiden assured them. The ground transports whispered to a stop and doors slid open. Everyone piled out, and lucid bloomers guided them up the ramp of the silver ship. Inside they found more seats, broad rows of them just like aboard a regular commercial aircraft, but the rows were slightly wider. Nate found a window seat, and Paula came to sit beside him along with Riley and Zach, but Jonah ducked behind their seats to find his own window. They strapped into soft seats, whose cushions automatically adjusted and molded themselves to their bodies. Of the lucid ones, only Aiden chose to join them, and he remained standing in one of the aisles, near the front of the aircraft. No one was asked to surrender their weapons as they came aboard. They probably knew how reticent the soldiers would be to do so. Once everyone was seated, the ship hummed to life with a steadily rising whir. Paula grabbed Nate's hand, and Zach took Riley's. "We don't have to rush into anything, Riley. We can wait until the baby." "I want to see," she whispered. "I want to see him be born." Nate swallowed hard, feeling torn, but he didn't offer any of his own swirling objections. Yet, the aircraft rose, and the ground fell away through the seamless lines of windows that ran through the sides and ceiling of the aircraft. They took off smoothly, with barely a whisper. The mountains fell away beneath them, revealing a vast, shining industrial compound that had been built around Cheyenne Mountain. The aircraft nosed up swiftly, stealing away the sight, and they rocketed through clouds to an empty blue dome of sky. The sky swiftly darkened, and stars came winking into view. Paula gasped, and Nate gaped out his window at the scene below. "This is a spaceship," General Davis demanded. "Take us back down right the hell now." Others were busy making similar exclamations, in a rising tumult of overlapping voices. "Please settle down, everyone," Aiden replied. "We are almost there." And then the ship leveled out above the shining curve of the Earth. Gravity lifted, but not entirely, leaving them feeling lighter but not completely untethered. Sounds of awe and wonder took over the cabin, and then they saw where they were headed. A vast orbital station, half-built and dazzling with lights, surrounded by dozens of flitting spacecraft and what might have been construction vessels. As they drew progressively nearer, Nate realized the sheer scale of it. It had to be easily a mile across. The size of Earth's biggest airports, but this one in space, a spaceport, that hadn't been there 9 years ago. "How on earth did you build that so fast?" someone asked. "The bloom," Aiden answered, spreading his hands with a smile. "How else? peace on earth and unity of purpose. Riley blinked awake in a softly lit medical suite aboard the station. Her head felt warm, gently humming. Her awareness expanded to a much larger and more encompassing sense of self. At first, all she saw were smears of gold and white, then shapes and shadows, then faces. Her vision rapidly sharpened like a camera lens sliding into focus, and she gasped. She saw her mom and brother hovering near the foot of her bed. Her mom's hair was grayer around the temples and her eyes more tired-looking than Riley remembered. Beside her stood Jonah, now easily as tall as her dad and with a full growth of dark blonde stubble. He was so grown up, she couldn't believe it. Both of them smiled. And then someone else stepped into view from the side of her bed and his face snapped into focus. Riley gaped at him. She was seeing her fiancé, Zach's smiling face for the first time in 9 years. The last time she'd seen him, he had been a stranger to her. Just another soldier, practically faceless behind his gas mask. "I can see you," Riley sobbed with tears springing to her eyes. Zach reached for her hand and sandwiched it between both of his with a smile, but there was a tightness in his eyes, a worry caught twitching on his lips. "How do you feel?" But Riley wasn't done yet. She shook her head to dismiss the question. "You're so handsome. I forgot how good-looking you were," she said, cupping Zach's cheek with her other hand and smiling broadly at him. "Thanks, back at you, beautiful." Tears blurred the wondrous gift of her newly restored vision, and she hastily swiped them away. She turned her head slightly, to look over Zach's shoulder at the brilliant view of Earth through the porthole in her room. A stunning, vibrant blue with a patina of white swirls, shining ever so brightly in the sun. She sensed someone else in the room, standing innocuously, somewhere by the door but blocked from view by a rippled white privacy curtain to the right of her bed. Yet Riley knew he was there, not by sound or by sight, but through a warm internal thread. It was Aiden, the lucid one who'd escorted them up to Freedom Station. His thoughts brushed hers gently and respectfully. "What is it like to finally see again?" Aiden asked, his words echoing strangely inside her head. She only heard what he meant for her to hear, not the uncontrolled rush of everything he was thinking. But she could sense some of the rest, his mood and his intentions, and they were nothing but sunny and kind. Amazing, she thought back, and she sensed him smile. Riley felt utterly at peace, connected to a much larger whole, but not controlled by it or like her own will, and individuality had in any way been subdued. Nor did she feel overwhelmed or pressured by that connection. She was merely more aware. Aware of a swirl of voices and feelings and human presences bustling about aboard the station, each of them like a unique melody that only they could hear. Aiden's presence was like a warm sunbeam. Then both of her parents stepped into view. Her mom led her dad around the privacy curtain, supporting him by the arm and guiding him toward her bed from the corner where he'd been hiding. She hadn't seen him or Aiden when she'd first awoken, since they'd been hidden by the curtain. Now that Riley saw how emaciated her father was, his cheeks sucked in, eyes deeply sunken inside his skull, she realized that he'd been hiding on purpose. He hadn't wanted her to see him. At least, not to be the first person that she saw when she woke up. Her joy and her smile abruptly faded. "Dad, oh my goodness." She knew he was sick, of course, and she'd felt his face with her hands, many times over the past 9 years, but not in recent months, and she realized now that he'd been hiding from her then, too. Dee wanted to spare her from the truth of just how close to the end he really was. Paula offered a trembling smile and reached for her hand as they arrived. Her dad shuffled over and laid his hand on top of her head and rested it gently there, just like he'd used to do when she was little. And that simple, secret gesture almost broke her right then and there. Jonah drifted over from the foot of the bed. "How do you feel, Riles?" Riley wiped away both happy and sad tears now. She struggled to recover the joy she'd felt a moment ago so that she could accurately describe it for her brother. "It's everything Aiden described." She looked back out the window at Earth, glowing like a jewel below. And then, standing by the door, Aiden whispered a secret to her, and her joy came flooding back. Her smile grew so wide that it felt like her lips might crack, and her chest swelled with a bright current of hope. Sensing her mood, the baby kicked, and then she heard him giggle, not a sound but a feeling. She laughed with him in utter delight as she realized that she could sense him, too. "Actually, it's much better than Aiden said," Riley added, and she wiped away a few more tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. Aiden stepped quietly to her father's side, offering him the faintest bow of polite reassurance and respect. Riley saw her mother chewing her lip, glancing between him and Nate, then back again. She swallowed visibly, her voice cracking as she spoke. "Aiden, if connecting Riley to the bloom can restore her sight," she hesitated, then forced herself to continue. "Could it?" Paula let out a shaky breath as if she couldn't get the words out. "Could it what, Mrs. Corwin?" Aiden prompted curiously. "Could it cure cancer?" Aiden didn't even blink, but there was a hint of a smile curling on his lips. "Yes, of course." And there it was, the secret that he'd whispered to Riley, now out in the open where it could breathe life back into all of them. Her father's eyes widened and her mother's breath caught sharply. "Terminal cancer," she pressed. "Yes," Aiden said gently, "even that." Her father let out a stunned, incredulous laugh, half a sob, half disbelieving joy. Her mother crumpled into his arms, laughing with him through tears as she held his gaunt face in both her hands and gently kissed him on the lips. Jonah edged closer to Aiden, his voice barely a whisper. "But she's still my sister, right? You didn't change her into someone else. Or, I don't know." Aiden turned to him with a gentle smile and clasped his shoulder. "She is still Riley in every way that matters. Imagine if you could turn on Wi-Fi inside of your head and connect to every other human on the planet, communicating with them in a way that allowed you and them to share thoughts, emotions, sensations, whatever you choose to share. Does that sound like a bad thing to you, or like it might somehow compromise our individuality?" "Well, when you put it that way, that does sound pretty cool." Riley watched all of them with a smile. "It's very cool, Jones." Zach sidled up to her, watching her family with a smile, and he gently whispered, "Is it really that amazing?" "Yes," Riley said, grinning up at him. "It really is." And with that, 9 years of dread and horror suddenly cracked open like a shell. Everyone smiled and laughed, and asked Aiden more probing questions about what it was like to be connected to the bloom. But Riley already had all the answers she needed. At last, her father swiped the tears from his eyes with shaking hands, now grinning like a man reborn. "Well then," he said, his voice shaking as he looked to Aiden, "where do I sign up?" The end.